So continue to talk. I'm going to shut up if there's any questions about this actually, because I've been practicing what I'm talking about, but I'm not the person that delivers it to kids. I can explain how it's done with adults, but to kids it's a different thing.
Back in response to Nice's original question, basically, the way I see it, yeah, it's definitely hindering things because there are some things that have become so politicized for no fucking reason that all of a sudden any introduction of them in schools is all of a sudden seen as like fucking horrible. The next like horrible totalitarian thing is being put in, et cetera, et cetera. The evil left is trying to corrupt your children, blah, blah, blah. Like that type of like stochastic language is probably what ended up fucking over everything. With like X, Y, and Z is trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to trans your kids.
Propaganda against Israel.
Like that's setback progress
on the left.
Much because now
So
you can't even have
not on the right.
fucking
You all the time
class without somebody.
Joe Biden, who is a Zionist, I don't believe that he's not a Zionist. Even Joe Biden knew that he had to give a little bit of lip service to his
It seems like they get triggered by anything that has a rainbow color scheme or that may be related to the gays, and that all of a sudden their children are too soft to walk in a world where two dudes might kiss each other. Oh no, how horrendous.
Okay, I'm going to intervene here just for a moment. As I said when I started the room, I have a hard time. I'm going to have to leave in 15 minutes. And I want to go ahead and close it.
YouTube, somewhere between 3.8 and 4.5 million subscribers. There's been some speed up those numbers. 863 million total video views as of August 6, 2025.
How'd you do on her last episode?
Related to the question, how to fix K-12 education, the consensus is something else, but there's no definition to something else that we can wrap our arms around. Okay, if we get specifics, there's a slight majority, just the three, there's a slight majority for increasing rigor and accountability. Nobody is screaming for more money, which surprises me, etc. But is that not a problem when we that's good information? How to fix that? How do we stop going a mile wide and an inch deep and pick a few basics that are really fundamentally important? I don't know how we do that, but I think it reflects the need to do that. We've got to focus our energy on things that we can fix and not go a mile wide and an inch deep. And that's my conclusion of what this room has demonstrated, but it's been a good discussion, and thank you all for being here.
Well, Anson, if I could just say really quick, because I added something, I asked Brock, because I had some ideas about how to fix K-12, right? My ideas on how we can fix that. But what does something else to be? So here's what Brock said are 7 potential solutions. If Anson or anybody else to support teachers, number 2. We need to reform the curriculum and testing. Number 4, tackle learning loss and the gaps, right? 5, invest in mental health and safety, which I think is important. Mental health, hire more school counselors to help these children. As Time noted earlier, when a student walks into the classroom, they need to feel a certain energy. And part of feeling that certain energy is the safety that the teacher provides, how the classroom is, decorated or organized, how bright it is, how colorful it is, et cetera, et cetera. The program, which is something we've spoken about. So I don't know if you think any of that would fall under the certain, something else as it relates to how to fix K-12.
My observation of that list that you just provided can be all lumped up. They are specific items that all require adding more money. So based on that more money in those specific categories, that runs totally counter to what the poll in this room showed, where add more money was substantially less than.
May I jump in real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
So I think that the adding more money is a secondary problem to how money is spent. what we know is that in a public school system, you have pension. Joe B made a pretty good argument for that. I was out doing other things, so I couldn't participate earlier. But here's something that people don't talk about is the way that we structure the classroom in the first place. We decided that, if you were born in this year, we're going to put you in this grade. And whether the teachers then have a choice where they can say, okay, I can teach to the most advanced students, alienating, the mid-tier, the bottom-tier students. They could teach to the medium students, and then that would hold back both, it would hold back the top students as well as probably alienate the bottom students. So then what they ultimately go for is they teach to the bottom students, and what that does is alienates those that could be challenged more that are both the mid-tier or more advanced. We need to figure out how to put students based on their talent in the right cohort and get them the right education that they need, the things that they can handle. You can't give too hard a curriculum to somebody that doesn't understand it. You'll shatter their confidence and you won't build their skills. It'll actually be negative. So we need to better identify, and I don't think simply identifying when were you born is a good way of doing that.
Yeah, I totally have to agree with you. I think I wasn't failing at all. It's doing exactly what it was intended to do back when we implemented to begin with. We don't like to admit that. We don't know. It's been hidden from us largely, and we've been indoctrinated, right? If you feel like your little reticular activating system right now trying to reject everything that I'm going to say, I'd ask you, where did our system come from? What was it modeled after? What was the actual implementers of this school? What was their listed intention? It's documented. It's all very, very open and public, and it is. They wanted to keep us, indoctrinate us. That's the conformity. Everything that our current system implements as any type of public education system, anything that is interesting. One of directly from, this was let's see.
Your idea of real quick and our idea of real quick is probably different. Can you hear it up?
Yeah. All right, so six points of what. And we continue to think that we just need to throw more money at.
Can I help you while you're looking? I'll just say this.
Yeah.
We built a school system for a world that was going to prepare people to work in factories. We no longer live in that world, but we still have the same school system. The slow modifications that they're making are not keeping up, and the world is about to change in more dramatic ways in very rapid fashion. And so if we didn't keep up from the 1950s till now, heaven help us with the advancements that are going to take place in the next 5 to 10 years. We need to really prioritize this shit. We got to do it quickly. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm looking through my PDF and I can't find it.
He already told you. Why is it always the most redundant people trying to speak on education as if they own it or something?
Okay, here we go. So the 6 points. Now, if you don't know who Inglis is, INGLIS, I invite you to look him up. But here are the listed functions. Okay, the number one, the adjustive and adaptive function. Schools are to establish fixed habits of reaction to authority. This, of course, precludes critical judgment completely. It also pretty much destroys the idea that useful or interesting material should be taught because you can't test for reflexive obedience until you know whether you can make kids learn and do foolish and boring things. 2, the integrative function. This might well be called the conformity function because its intention is to make children as alike as possible. People who conform are predictable, and this is of great use to those who wish to harness and manipulate a large labor force. 3, the diagnostic and directive function. School is meant to determine each student's proper social. This is done by logging evidence mathematically and anecdotally on cumulative records, as in your permanent record, and everybody has one. Right? The differentiating function. This is 4 out of the 6. Once their social role has been diagnosed, children are to be sorted by role and trained only as far as their destination in the social machine, as in the social machine merits, and not one step further. 4, the selective function. This refers not to human choice at all, but to Darwin's theory of natural selection as applied to what's called the favored races. In short, the idea is to help things along by the last function. The social system implied by these rules will require an elite group of caretakers. To that end, a small fraction of the government might proceed unchallenged, and corporations might never want obedient labor. The school system is doing exactly what it was supposed to do.
They're looking for solutions, though, D.
Okay, that's good. So the solution is full decentralization. What we had when we started our education system, our children, we were way more educated in the early 17 and 1800s, way before compulsory school laws and any type of. Do you know how exceptionally high the literacy was? All of our founding fathers, Washington, Franklin, Jefferson, right? Where did they get educated, right? Were they at home or were they in public schools?
No, Bima, you're correct, but we got 9 minutes to wrap this room up. But I'm gonna give an illustration of this. So Bima, 895 times 1,000. Go.
For fuck's sake.
Oh God, come on, bro.
Time's up.
No, listen. I just wanted to illustrate the point. She's correct. I'm agreeing with her, by the way. I'm agreeing with her in a oh God, that was a little punchy way, but she made a good point. And I just wanted to illustrate it with a little exclamation mark on it. We don't teach kids anymore. We can't even do simple math.
But Roger, she didn't make the point. She just regurgitated something that somebody else said somewhere else.
That's correct. They're subhuman, Brad.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so you want...
All right, so we can do this. So let's talk about the fat, obese white women who can't even...
Exactly. This is exactly what we wanted to do. So anyway, so the decentralization, I invite everybody to look at schools and SAT and SAT college readiness. Homeschooling will help for it.
Everyone mute up for a second. Listen, Uncle Anson is going to listen to this replay, and he's going to be very disappointed in all of us. Can we just, clean it up? You know he's going to listen to this, and then you know who's going to catch shit? I'm going to catch shit. Because the room went to hell the moment he left, and come on, you make me look bad.
No, it was the fact that I was talking, and the fucking obliterated obese State Puff Marshmallow fucking
Stay focused. Respond.
No, we should...
Focus, Brad. Respond. Stay on topic.
So again...
For the child within you, don't be afraid to be young and free. Onto the locks and throw away the keys and take off your shoes and socks and run you.
These are not the people we should...
You have nothing to say. You're ignorant. You're you want to just respond. Add something. Help us. Add nothing.
I really have said to myself, I'm not getting involved in drama. I don't want to mute people. I don't want to move people to the goo because everybody.
Just move her down. Again, I get moved by this cunt all the fucking time. You guys moderate when she can't take her own fucking take a whole
Talk about education. Focus. Education.
You had to write a book.
Education. Go.
So yeah, you shouldn't let bare white women sexually predate.
Brad, we're gonna give Brad the last word. Nobody interrupt. Brad, you're going to take this away, and then afterwards, we're all going to slide back into the muff, and we're going to have some mojo positive vibration experience. So please go ahead and finish it up, Brad, and then we will teach.
Roger, you were right. You said it in fucking simpler terms. You didn't need to read a PDF to actually get it. The education system is not keeping up with current society's trends or technologies or advancements that we see here. It's also ignoring past problems that we currently face, such as agriculture, such as a plethora of other individuals. It is ever have given up education to the point of it being the priority of PTA, soccer moms, and fucking purple-haired, septum-nose-pierced, fucking obese fucking catling. You shouldn't spend $150 million on a fucking stadium. You should spend at least a good portion of that on, guess what, arts, fucking music, poetry, curriculums, and advanced programs, and also internships and actual real-world experience, as well as trade schools and 4-H programs across. This is what needs to be taught. But of course, Bima is too redundant, too retarded, and too inbred to actually comprehend anything. And again, she will never have kids. No one wants to breed with her. This is why she's spending her time alone licking a dog. I'll land.
Oh Lord, fix it, Jesus. I wish I could lead us in prayer, but I want to respect everybody's religions and non-religions. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Bima.
What an enlightening speech. Thank you very little. Can you stop road raging? Let's stick to the issue.
See. I told you don't come forward. Right? Then I think it was rude to a single person today.
So we have 4 minutes
Except
left.
just can't focus because you notice I didn't come for you, Brad.
Wait, hold on.
Once you're done, after I speak, instead of focusing, you start to attack the person.
You
I was
can't
responding to the topic.
You can't stop fucking. You can't.
We
You
have
don't know
4
anything
minutes
about the
left.
education system. You like to pretend. You're a good pretender.
We have 3 minutes
Anything
left.
about your own vagina, it's just people that pendulum.
The great pretender.
The only thing you know you're good at is fucking.
Head on over to the mouth.
Okay, hold on. Bima and Brad, hold on 1 second, please. We have 3 minutes left before we shut this down. And as Mojo said, gently slide them off. But you don't know if it's possible at this point. We might
Hit her in the head with a bat and just fucking end it, and the world will be a better place.
Does anybody have any final thoughts as we wind it down? One might have a timeout, please.
Brad. What most of human patterns, their behavior? Is it the subconscious or the conscious brain? Right. How much percent?
I don't know. Ask the doctor on that one. I don't answer questions.
95% is.
Different, huh?
Anson would have been so disappointed.
I'm gonna send him a message and I'm gonna say, hey Anson, if you got any brain cells that you want to kill, listen to the last 15 minutes after 11. He's gonna, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna tell me that we need better mods. That's what. But the truth is, it's like, if we're being honest, forget about who was involved. That was all my fault. I allowed it to descend. I could have modded differently and I didn't. Look, I had a fun day. I had a blessed day. I drove a car today, just within the last hour, I drove a car 170 miles per hour.
Wow. So, I mean, there's no question. Were you going?
It was a Ferrari 296. It was.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the straightaways at the Portland track are a little longer than at the Seattle track, and man, this thing, it probably had a little more pedal left, but we got to the cones.
Were you in the moment, Mojo? Were you in the moment?
I was in flow state. For sure.
There you go.
So how's the positive vibrations over there in the rational discussion group? Was it a good discussion before I came in and ruined it?
It was an okay discussion. Those educational rooms, you always end up hearing the same people talk on them. And the chat was good. It's the same points. Everybody talks about, doing this to improve testing and this to improve testing and blah, 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 blah. And that is not the problem. The problem isn't the fucking testing. The problem is the whole freaking shebang. Like, it just needs to be overhauled.
John, what plans do you have to overhaul the education system in America?
Mojo, I don't know where John is, but what I was trying to wasn't coming out well because it's something that I practice and adults practice. So I didn't know. I think differently than a lot of people. So when I was explaining, it doesn't land for them in a way where they can understand. I think so. That's what you shut up about it.
Yeah, Simon Sinek's got this thing about start with why, and he gets into people that think different. He talks about Steve Jobs. He talks about Martin Luther King, and he also talks about the Wright brothers and how their view of the world starts with they start with why. Why are you different, right? Rather than what you do and how you do it, why do you do it? And the people that change the world have a very strong why.
That's right. So that's more along the lines of what I was talking about. That in the education system, there has to be a unity around what the why is. And I talked about what's important to people's daily life, their families, their environment, and beyond just their local area, right? It's not just the country. There's across the waters to other countries, right? The why is to develop a safer, healthier humanity. It's humanity, basically, So what Dr. Joe's work and what we're going to be talking about and applying in October it's going to be about that. That the children will there'll be an agenda that is focused towards that goal.
Hey, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover, and I just want to say that in that room I called up that we're spending $88 billion a month or $1.1 trillion a year. I would suggest instead of $88 billion a month, we're going to go to $60 billion a month immediately. Does anybody think that might solve the problem?
John, that's the result. The money, that's the end. Things require money, but first you got to figure out what the thing is, right? The change that has to be made, right?
Well, no, I think what he's saying is the opposite of what some people say. And one of the choices in that poll was do you want to add money? And maybe the answer is we take the money away. I mean, if you look back, we called a certain generation the greatest generation. Why do we call them that? It was a generation that grew up in the Great Depression. They were forced to deal with less money. And so I would make the argument that when you take money away from a situation, you actually open up the conditions that can allow you to actually improve the situation. Only when you're doing things really, really well can you then have the discussion of, hey, can we pour money on this? Money should be the gasoline that you put on a fire. And we don't even have a flame yet. So I would say what we need to do is we need to take the money away from the system. We need to starve the system, and we need people to be creative, create parallel institutions, something that works, and then once it works, then we pour the money on it. And I will tell you, people will be less picky about how much money we spend if you're getting a return on that money. Because I think one of the frustrations that we feel is that we've spent $37 trillion more than what we have, and we don't have good results. We also have $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, and we have nothing to show for it. That being said, there's worse places you could be. You could be in a country that doesn't have that kind of money to spend, right? But has other cultural problems that are a huge issue. We at least have the Constitution of the United States. We at least have, the idea that individual rights is a good idea. We just need to have the gumption to protect those rights.
Let them earn the money, then give them more money. You're right. I think there should be less money, less.
I think what we should do is take away every penny and then say, okay, whoever builds a system, they're going to get the dollars. And if that means that a system is going to say, hey, we don't have enough money to operate, we'll just say, well, imagine that. Remember the free ride where the money came for nothing?
Well, in the Chicago school system, which is broke, needs 175 million. You know, the students should be cleaning the classrooms. Why do they have $115 million janitorial contract when they can just have the students clean the classrooms like they do in Japan?
Or maybe the gym
Because you
teacher.
can't use chemical, the 5-year-old in kindergarten fucking chemicals that mix and combine. Like, you don't want to give them Windex and freaking bleach and say, here you guys go, combine it yourself and then toss it in pine sol and that'll clean their floors for you. You really don't want to do that to a bunch
How
of
do
kids.
they do it in Japan? You know, in all these federal offices where millions of federal employees work, instead of hiring crews of tens of thousands of cleaners, you know what? Maybe all those federal employees should clean their cubicles and vacuum around them and clean it themselves.
No, I disagree, man. I once got called out because I was in my trash can in my federal office, and I got called out from someone else, like another person that worked. That was the secretary. She was like,
But I think what he's saying is if you do that and you don't keep your space clean, they should fire you.
No, totally. I mean, but no, I mean, that's why they're there to clean, right? My shit was clean, man. Where I work, man, you can't leave documents out.
So there was a case, and I forget the thing, where a school was actually having kids participate in cooking, which I think kids should learn to cook in school. I think that's a very noble and worthy pursuit. However, it's now become a risk because you can thank the fucking white women of the world, the obese white women, because again, in between eating ho-hos, they decided that their kid may have gotten scalded with hot grease, or maybe burnt their finger on a pan, or maybe, God forbid, cut themselves. That the lawyers that they went and screamed the most to, knowing that their kid has to have life experience, knowing that they have to actually do these things, they turned around and sued the schools. And so schools stopped doing simple things like that. We used to have gun ranges. The Soccer Mom Association has stopped that one. We used to have shop where they actually built lamps. That stopped because of the Soccer Mom Association. So if you really want to make those changes in the school system, you need to start with the obese white women that really do fuck up the schools for the rest of everybody else.
Bringing up at 1.1 trillion a year, and we're 37 trillion in debt. You know, this is a place to start cutting. 1.1 trillion a year in this country gets spent on education. 88 billion a month. You can't cut it 25%. You can't cut it 40%. We're $37 trillion in debt. Now, I know I sound like I might be whining and complaining, but where are the cuts going to come from? Because I got to tell you, I'm building a collection of cuts with all of these Anson rooms and Mojo Positive Vibration rooms, and I'm going to put all these position papers. Basically, I'm doing forensic accounting, so thanks for the content. I keep posting them on X. Nobody's reposting. Are you guys just all a bunch of talkers? Or are you going to do any retweets? Are you going to do any likes? Are you going to share this room? I mean, are we just a bunch of talkers or a bunch of doers? Is it talkers or doers?
You say, if I would always fight, it's a good mother as far as it. I never
Wait, hold on. No, hold on. Hey, mute yourself. Listen, go read the rules. Hold on, hey, go read the rules. I want you to refer to rule number 10. Once you've read rule number 10, if you can read rule number 10, then you can re-engage, this time in English. But if you don't speak English, we got my friend Johnny here who can teach it to you. Right, Johnny?
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm looking for the rocket chats. We don't have that here?
Rocket chats? What are we talking about?
It's the newest thing from Nelson Company over at Chatter.
Oh, you mean the Jonathan Bing app? The one where he single-handedly destroyed what could have been a good thing?
Oh, is he the one to blame?
Jonathan Bing's big head with no brain. He's got like just full, thick skull. There's nothing in there. It's you know, you shake a watermelon to hear the fucking moisture. You could shake his head, you'd hear nothing.
Oh, darn.
So he's the fall guy, Roger? He's the fall guy. Jonathan's the fall guy?
Jonathan Bing might be the stupidest human being that's ever walked the face of this earth.
But isn't it Nelson's app or is it
Nelson's the boss. Nelson's the king. It's good to be the king. Hey, piss boy.
I just was in there, and they probably had a total of less than 50 users across the board in 10 rooms.
I hear you.
The biggest room was 20 people. It's like it's so boring every time you go in there. And I do like the features, but it's not like
the people, the person and their bot to run video and nobody's watching.
Their problem is that all they want to do is poach Clubhouse users, when they should just go find their own users by advertising. Oh, wow, who would have thought? That would have been great.
Wow, you're a genius.
The way Nelson and Jonathan Bing is running Chatter is the same way that your federal government is running the government. And the reason why Jonathan Bing's brain is so big is that's called swelling of the head. And what is his name? CeeLo Green, that famous musician. He kind of reminds me of that guy who did those great songs. But anyways, I'm just saying, is $1.1 trillion enough to educate the population of this country? Where can we cut it 20%? Anybody here want to concur that we can save $200 billion a year in education? Anyone?
They wish you would stop using terms that you think you know that you don't know.
Well, swelling of that. Anyway, I'm still hanging in over there, but I go there just to see what's going on. They have a couple good rooms at night. He's rounding up a lot of investor types, venture capital people having forums. I think he's trying to learn how to raise money.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll go teach him how to raise money. Maybe we'll go do a money bomb. You gotta mute up.
Sorry.
A little feedback there, buddy. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we'll go do a money bomb over on Chatter. We'll essentially walk in, we'll open a room. First of all, does everybody here have Chatter downloaded? Anybody?
Yeah, I got it.
Let me look. Let me double check. I'm still there. I don't even know.
You may, if it's been a while, you may need to just uninstall it and reinstall fresh.
Shit.
That's right, Johnny, man. I've been promised. I've been in the waiting line since that Nelson, my God, promised I'd be since day one, man. It still says, hold tight, or whatever it says. It's like, fuck, man. I mean, I don't give a fuck that much about it.
It's not Twitter social fight anymore. You can just download it off.
Yeah. You can just download it now, bring it over to the App Store.
Yeah, straight up.
Okay, everybody do this. Everybody go download the app if you haven't done it. Well, actually, I take that back.
Uninstall any versions you have. Install it fresh.
Well, I was just able to log in, so it's good. Maybe you have to reinstall, whatever. But let's get one going. This weekend, we'll do a money bomb for John Kitover for Congress. And I would imagine that the people that are on Chatter will be thrilled to death that the app is being utilized for political campaigning. And we might even get some support from people that, that care about the country. Maybe there's people on that app that care about the fact that there's $37 trillion in debt. Maybe. Because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people on this app that care. The people that do care already donate. John, how much money have we raised so far?
We've raised $1,100 in 48 hours for the campaign to elect John Kitover to Congress.
Maybe what we should do is issue a challenge to Chatter and say, hey, 48 hours over at Clubhouse, we were able to raise $1,100. Let's see if this app has a higher caliber of donor, and then maybe we can shame them and challenge them to give more money.
Well, have you seen how the rocket chat thing works? You can set like a goal amount. People can donate between $1 to $200, I think it is.
You have to pay $20 a month to be able to get rocket tips. If you're a free user, you can't get tipped. You can tip others, but you have to be basically like a blue check mark. You have to be a plus member.
That's okay. That's okay. That wouldn't allow us to be compliant with FEC regulations anyway. So we're just going to have to be able to post a link for them to go to the website, and they're going to be able to donate. We need to track these things. We need to be legal and legit. This is about rule of law.
Yeah, and you'll save $20. And you'll get all the well, you'll get to keep the percentage of the money coming in as opposed to 50%, because 30% goes out the door to the app store. This is an in-app purchase, and 20% goes to Chatter because they need the money.
That's brilliant, though. If we go there and John, we money bomb John there, not through their Rocket mortgage. I'm sorry, I'm just making that up. But the Rocket tips, we do it through a Cash App or through whatever means donate as the setup for John. They don't get a penny of it. We're using the app without them getting a penny. That's actually brilliant.
Why would they get any of the donation?
I hear they're taking about, I don't know if this is true, but if I understood correctly, they take 50%. So if someone tips $200, you only get $100.
They stole that idea from Fanbase. That idea's been
right. That's correct. That's what they're doing.
But so here's the plan. We're gonna warm up to these things. We're gonna go to Chatter next, and we'll do one this weekend. We'll raise some money. Then we'll wait a few days. We'll do it on Fanbase, and we'll work our way up to a big splash that we'll do on Twitter Spaces.
That sounds like a plan. I have put in the chat. I put a link to the antidote account if you want to donate right now. $5, $10, $100, $1,000. I know Brad. I was unable to convince him today, but Brad, I still hope you're going to join Team John to get to Congress.
No, I will not be donating to the stolen valor candidate that is trying to represent and steal funds from a PTR that he took offline from somebody else.
John, I don't know. My problem with your running is that I don't. I do appreciate that you want to give women $15,000, $20,000 to have a child, but what's the backup plan there? That money is used towards a child, that the woman doesn't just have a child.
Provider and spending $15,000 to $20,000 there. We're spending $1 billion a month executing 60,000 children, and I just think that if the woman has an option, 20% of women would probably opt for the check instead of having an abortion. It's my opinion. Maybe it's controversial, but that's my opinion.
I would support you more if you didn't give money. Period. If you want to have a child, have a child. But if you don't, you don't. But why are we giving money in the first place? In that respect. You shouldn't have a kid if you need money. You shouldn't be having a kid. You should have money and be ready. And
I don't think you understand. The money is going to get spent. It's $1 billion a month. I'm saying take 20% of that and give people the option. And I think you'd be surprised. People want money. They need money. They want to have babies. So if you want, ask the primary question: how much are we spending on abortion providers monthly and annually, and reverse engineer from there and take from there. No matter what your position is, I'm just saying, the money is flowing, so it's up to us to optimize the spend.
We do have a poll up, and it's an interesting result so far. I think as we get more votes, we'll see different results. Plus, this is it's not even 4 o'clock Pacific time yet, so we haven't really hit prime muff yet. So for those of you that are here, we got 11 votes. Let's keep the votes coming in. Question is, what is? Oh, I'm sorry, I have a typo. I have to edit it. Am I able to edit it? Hold on. Wonderful.
Yes.
They will. How do they let me edit it? I want to not my answer. I want to edit the question. I put what is?
No, you gotta delete it.
Yeah, fuck. All right, but it's better than having a fucking typo, especially after we just spent an hour and a half talking about education, and I can't even fucking get my goddamn words right. This is ridiculous. All right, don't be too hard on yourself, Mojo. I'll be okay. You'll be okay.
It's because you've been a truant to my classes. Yeah, so it's 30% to the Play Store / App Store, 20% to Chatter, 50% to the intended recipient, and there's like 30 to 60 day delay. They hold it in escrow or something.
are you referring to the Rocket system on?
Yes. I'm no expert on it. I sent my first one to somebody the other day just to see if it worked, and it did. It cost me $1 plus tax.
I have no problem saying this about Scatter and Nelson. Why does Nelson say let's talk about it? Shouldn't he say let's chat about it? Would that be more poignant to its
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
That's crazy to me. You should say let's chat about it instead of let's talk about it. Okay.
Oh, I tried to do it again.
They used to have the slogan "Chatter to the Moon," and I tried to get them to change it to "Chatter to Uranus," and I had some images for it, but it just didn't catch on for me.
Did you say scatter?
That's hilarious.
Sean, did you say scatter, not chatter?
That's right.
Yeah. I was inspired by a friend called it Scatter, and I'm like, I like that. We should call it Scatter. That'd be actually, well, I'm not going to say names, but yeah, I give credit to someone else. That's not my original. I didn't come up with that.
I just want to say that, I am running for Congress. I am a Service Connect disabled veteran, and Brad has been roasting me quite vigorously this morning. And I gotta say, you can look at my 2 PTRs here. This John account is me standing with Ron Paul in Los Angeles, I believe in 2012, when I donated, I think, $400 or $600 to his campaign. And I was invited because I was a veteran, and I got to take a selfie with him. And then you can see my other profile there. That's me when I was, in 2005, getting commissioned at the Citadel Military College into the U.S. Army as an intelligence officer. So to claim otherwise, and plus I was honorably discharged. So if anybody wants to see my credentials, my DD 214, please come to me directly and don't rely on Brad's slanderous, libelous accusations.
You may need to go to the European Wax Center and get your chest waxed. Just saying. Okay.
What about Uranus?
John, you being in the Army is almost as believable as that there's a guy out there that wants to actually let FEMA do oral on him.
Oh dear Lord Jesus. No, but that when you built your whole personality around just insulting others. I mean, like, could you imagine if Brad didn't stop insulting people, there would literally be nothing left. He would be nobody. He would be nobody. That's the only reason people like Brad.
Hold on. You guys might have got the wrong memo. This is the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience. You are welcome to participate as long as you're spreading good vibrations.
So why you cut me off when I got attacked first? Why didn't you cut off? Why didn't you go to the root source?
Listen, I might be late to respond, but the response was important. Let's do this. Let's go around the room. We'll go in PTR order. We'll start with serendipity, and we'll just say something nice. Serendipity, go ahead. Get us started. Oh, she got a phone call. I will start us off then, and then we'll pass it around, and I will go in PTR order. I want to say something nice. I want to say that I'm impressed that people have come together this week to get together to read together. I think that was a shared experience that was very rewarding. They've gotten together to dig into their civic duty of giving money to a political campaign that they believe is going to help to change and make this world a little bit better of a place. And so I'm very proud of Clubhouse. I'm very proud of the people that come in the muff. And yes, I said come in the muff. So I'm very, very proud. NY, go ahead and tell us your positive things.
I just actually want to quote my favorite line from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, courtesy of Dr. Frankenfurter, and that is, don't dream it, be it.
All right. Rowan, do you have anything to say? I know you're in Australia. It might be a stretch, but sorry for doxing you. It's a big island, though. What do you think?
Had
made docs this morning, so this is a fresh start to the day. There's a beautiful saying, which is that I am perfectly imperfect, and that's perfect. And if we could all take that bond and embody that, we can make a better place.
All right. I see some bumper stickers coming. Wallace, go ahead.
Hey, what's up? Good day, beautiful people. Let's see. I think it's great being fifth on stage in the buff. That's pretty cool. Also, I think we can get quite a bit of money to the campaign if we just get another bet going. Brad, you make that bet, we could probably get, what, $1,000 from Brad to the campaign. If you lose, like, we could probably get something going here and get some money from Brad. Yeah, if I donate, it's anonymously, which I think that's great that you could donate anonymously if you care to. Not $9, $10, not 11, but yeah, 10. So yeah, fun stuff, great day, love you guys.
All right, I want to go back to serendipity. Do you have any positive vibes to share?
Positive vibes to share. I just want to tell everybody in this room, you are enough in the muff.
Thanks, man.
I've been told that before as well.
You are enough.
Whose turn is it now? Time, Mark?
No, John, it's yours.
Yeah.
John, it's your turn. Positive vibes in the muff.
So, I think you have to ask yourself, what is the source of all positive vibrations? And, right now I am laying in the sun. Excuse me, time out. Could you mute up, please? I'm laying in the sun in my living room, and I am absorbing super positive sunlight, vibrations. These are photons. And what's interesting about a photon is a photon still has mass. And what I like to think has mass is our words and what we think and what we say. They come out so quick, they disappear into the ether. They're a little bit like a photon, but I think our words have weight. And so, if you're conscious or self-aware, you're aware of what you're saying. And as a candidate congressman for the 16th District of Illinois and a Service Connect disabled U.S. Army veteran, I just want to say that positive vibrations are always now. That's the secret source. It's the NOW. And I hope right now you are relaxed, you are breathing, and you are at peace because, friction causes disharmony. And, negative speech, just like quoting RoboCop. I met Peter Sellers at Equinox. I met the RoboCop, and I said, "Are you him?" He says, "What do you mean?" I said, "Are you RoboCop?" He said, "I'm RoboCop." And I said, my dad was a cop for 30 years, and he used to quote you all the time. He said, "What was your dad's favorite quote?" I said, "Bad language makes for bad feelings." So if you remember that, and you are in control of your positive vibration, and you hold on to the center, you will always remember that, the way you treat other people is the way you want to be treated. And so if you speak with anger, you're going to create anger, and the feedback loop is always anger. So speak with peace, speak with love, speak with joy, and it just generally returns you. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover from the 16th District of Illinois, sitting in the sun, wishing you all super positive vibrations.
Not bad. Bad feelings make for bad language.
Well, time out. It is your turn. Share some positive vibrations.
Yeah. Everybody, an amazing rest of your year. If you want to have a good laugh, I have a film that's being re-released into theaters. They added 500 to 600 more theaters, but it starts October 19th at AMC, and I'll find out more about the other theaters that are releasing it this fall. It's called Last Dragon. You'll have a lot of fun, I guarantee it. Don't take yourself so seriously. Just have fun.
Awesome. I will be there. Brad, would you please share positive vibrations?
My positive vibration is that I changed my mind on the abortion stance. I think a lot more people like me. My
man, I'm just a good person that loves good things.
Well, there's that. Hey, that was positive. It was positive vibration. Sending you, look, I'm reciprocating your positive vibration. Very nice. Beth, positive vibrations?
Yeah, wake up tomorrow and be grateful for your day and be a little bit better than you were today. There you go.
All right. It rhymes. That was positive. Johnny, tell us your positive vibration.
Oh, Chatter doesn't have bugs. They're just undocumented features.
Okay. We're fixing not only this app, we're fixing the other apps as well, simultaneously. Well played, Johnny. Akima, can you share some positive vibrations? Akima going once, Akima going twice.
The sun came up at the end of the day, so we got another chance.
Okay. Joby, positive vibrations. Uh-oh. Akima wasn't there. Akima, go back to you.
No, I thought I might go with that.
All right, no problem. Joby, go ahead. Positive vibrations.
I love that Anson opened this original discussion. That's it.
I love it. Sean B, love to hear your positive vibrations.
Just remember, everyone, when in doubt, breathe out. When you're in the muff, enjoy the moisture, enjoy the ride, and slide. Love you.
Okay. Ashley, it's your turn. Positive vibrations.
When life sucks, there's always books to disappear in.
Books, otherwise known as the world's greatest external hard drive. We learned that here. Marshall, positive vibrations.
I'm doing good. Been sleep, but I can go out of town tomorrow. Buddy of mine from Congressman. Married, so he's having his bachelor party.
Okay. Well, those are the positive vibrations. We're going to try to minimize the negative vibrations. But sometimes you got to keep that vibrations coming. We got a nice little poll going. Hopefully people are responding to the poll. For whatever reason, Matt Cool thought he was too good for the poll, hasn't responded yet. No pressure to Matt Cool. Beth is not responding. Ringo's not responding. Timeout's not responding. Ro, Wallace has responded.
Did you just announce it, or did you announce it earlier?
The poll has been up for a while. And there's typically visual cues. All you have to do is look them up.
What's that positive vibration?
Well, I'm positive I posted it.
Just a quick note, as you do your campaigning and fundraising, people like Rohan cannot give any money.
Yep, we're well
aware of that.
Well aware of FEC regulations, and in fact, until $5,000 is collected, there's no need to keep it properly, file all the paperwork. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But hey, you foreigners, you cannot give any money. We'll reject it.
Oh, so Rowan ain't gonna write that $10,000 check.
You might as well go ahead because it's all fraud, but whatever. It's the biggest troll that's on this app right now.
So if you go to the antidote page, the rules on contributions are at the bottom, and Abby is correct. Rohan would not be allowed to contribute. Please read the rules before making
There's
any
a number of people and a number of entities that can contribute. It's pretty strict, the rules, the congressional rules. And I mean, the civil penalties can be substantial.
You mean like pretending you're a military veteran and soliciting funds under that name? The fact that you didn't even know what epaulets were and you called them pamphlets, which is absurd about your own uniform, and the fact you've never served as an officer, and then your PTR shows an E7 rank on your own fucking sleeves.
Brad, you did this earlier today, and when everything that you disputed, there was evidence to show that those claims
were incorrect. We've shared links. We've shared links with the chat of his experience and time he spent at the Citadel. And at this point, I don't even understand what the criticism is, because you produced zero evidence to back up your claims, and you've been refuted with visual evidence as well as documented links that verify who John is and his background.
So let's see. He said he was a sergeant in the Army, then went to be an officer through the Citadel. Cap bullshit right there. That he was a butter bar for 4 years. And cap bullshit. Doesn't work that way. Also, the uniform that he has on, cap bullshit right there. It originally said kitchen. That's why it was changed. And now it says Kitover. So either he's faking taking a name and using somebody else's, or which again would be stolen valor because he's raising funds under that guy's, which you would be also part of that conspiracy to do that if you actually know or willingly knew that. And then that's a federal crime. I hate to tell you that. That comes with actual repercussions. And so if you are collecting favors or gratuity or funds and utilizing the image of a veteran, and you're doing it under the name of the veteran, and you have not served, that is stolen valor. So no, this idiot Edmund, who spends his day with 20 phones in front of him in his underwear and living off of lithium and playing fucking EDC in the background and thinking dubstep is going to make a comeback. No, this motherfucker, if he did serve, he was discharged because he was batshit crazy, and he didn't go through the Citadel. He also couldn't even remember the first 2 sentences of the oath he took.
Well, hold on. You can Google John Kitover Citadel, and you can.
Okay, so why don't we bring up right now? She's got a lot of experience in the Army, and she's got contacts all the way through. She can go search this down, and she can go right down to the grid and make sure that who you're collecting funds for and this person on stage are the same person. We can do that. Yeah, I'm just saying, you take stolen valor and you're collecting money on it. That's a fucking problem I have. That's a line too far. I mean, you could actually continue to say Monica's a great looking girl. And no, that's not true. But I mean, stealing under a veteran's head, that kind of, it's shady. It's shitty.
Brad, making the claims that you're making and getting it proven to be untrue as it happened earlier today, I would just ask Abby. Abby, can you tell Brad what the consequences are for slandering somebody in such a way?
I mean, it's going to be a civil case, so it's whatever the damages are. That's, you know, it matters what state, it matters what the damages.
So if you were to slander somebody and make an erroneous claim that he is committing stolen valor, and the evidence is proven, and then after the evidence has been shown to continue to repeat these things, I don't think a court would be to look upon that.
Did Brad say it was his opinion?
No, he was stating
Brad,
it as a statement.
Did you say it as an opinion? It's your opinion.
That is absolutely my opinion. Into it, this idiot, go ahead. But this is the biggest troll and scam that's going to go through. This reminds me of all those early Clubhouse days where people paid for fucking courses on real estate and how to get rich. This is grifting. This is bullshit. You don't believe me? You can go ask Brad. You can go ask a number of people who are like, yeah, this is a completely crackpot made up fucking troll.
You know, Brad, Abby is trying to help you by suggesting.
The part that pisses me off is the fact that you're using a soldier. It's not you. And you're playing some bullshit game. Again, even under your ballot media photo, you put an enlisted uniform on and then said, yeah, that's my photo when I graduated OCS. You did it. Joey, is that your uniform? Or is it photoshopped? Look,
no, that's my uniform. That's my commission ceremony. So
absolutely your. Like, do you still have it?
100%, that's me.
So you still have it?
Go to John Kitover on Instagram.
Do you still have?
I don't have the uniform anymore.
You don't have the uniform.
I didn't see it.
Why not? How come?
Well, you know, I unfortunately went through a purge at an apartment. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of
rid of your uniform.
Yes, that's right.
But you can't. When you held in your position, you hold 50 funds. You actually hold. Hang on, John.
One person.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
decide to be able to purge your uniform, yet you still have 52 mobile phones.
I don't have necessarily uniform either.
I find that really interesting.
I hate to tell you, but I'm not.
Yeah, I hate to tell you this too.
I'm not on order. I'm not on the
No. John, you're not going to talk over me, man. Sorry. It's not going to work here. It's part of the rules. You really should check them out. And we're here for good vibes in the month. Okay? I'm just highlighting that I find it incredible. No, John. Let me just highlight this just very, very quickly. It is nuts that this guy has 52 cell phones. Okay, but it doesn't give you
Real quick, I'm going to jump in. Listen, if you guys don't like the amount of electronics that somebody possesses, that's totally your opinion. But when somebody is making a claim that a person's identity isn't their identity and trying to slander them, that you could be held liable. This is why we have rules around slander. And the fact is that if anybody in this room wanted to take more than like 35 seconds to Google it or Grok it or GPT it, you can find out what his record is. The fact is that the people that are making these accusations, all they want to do is create negative content on this app. It's not based in any fact. There was a claim made that the uniform didn't say Kitover, and then everybody that was in the room fucking blew up the photograph.
You guys corrected it.
Incorrect. You
the letter said kitchen on it.
That's what you claim. That's what you claim. It's not true.
Okay, I don't give a shit. This idiot, this fucking moron, this fucking idiot from fucking Chicago who literally spends his entire day trying to record rooms and does nothing else. Doesn't make Fruit of the Loom underwear and thinks somehow this idiot is going to run. Who's now trying to solicit funds under a veteran. Again, I'm calling Cap. He can't even explain his own fucking uniform. He can't even determine an enlisted man's uniform from an officer's uniform. And apparently neither can you.
Well, Hakima
Hold on. I just want to say this. The interesting thing about this is that there are recordings of all of these rooms.
Then play them.
I want to explain something. They don't have to be played here. There's recordings of them. And if people are lying, if people are committing slander, or if somebody was crazy enough to lie about their background and file under a fake name and use fake photos, all of those things can be punishable by law. So here's the thing. You can just believe whatever. Anybody can believe whatever they want. You could also go Google things and you could do research rather than just creating content on here. But the fact remains is that with these truth claims that are being made, either John could get himself in a lot of trouble or Brad could get himself in a lot of trouble. In either way, I would just say that before the people that are going to make judgment calls based on who they like on the app more, maybe you might want to do just a little bit of research so you don't end up making your fool out of yourself, considering that this is being recorded. It's being live streamed. The FBI can have access to all of this. Any court in America can have access to this, and people are talking freely about their claims. One person is claiming to have a background in the military and he's running for Congress. Another person is saying that that's a lie. One of those two things is true.
Quick question, Mojo, sort of. Have you and John? I'm very curious about this evolution because just a few weeks ago, you were John's biggest target. He has a catalog of you and many of us talking shit about you. Have you reached some type of detente or agreement? Why is this happening? Why are you boosting him so hard?
Well, I've spoken about this multiple times, and I'm glad you brought it up because it's a good thing to bring up. If there's anybody on this app that should be critical of John, it's me. There's nobody that's been who's had more profiles made in their name, streamed on live in my name. I have been the target of his streaming more so than any of you on this app. So I have more reason to say, hey, what the hell are you doing, man? Some of you are a little more fragile than I am, but that's a whole different story. The reason for the change of heart, because I used to think, what an asshole. Without consent, this is a dick move.
But then Clubhouse, with their wisdom, they changed the rules. What Clubhouse did, whether you guys recognize it or not, and by the way, anybody could always be recording these rooms. You should assume that a screen record can happen on any room at any time. So if anybody thinks that the hate speech that they use in other rooms, and there's people that are on the stage that are guilty of saying things that are fucking highly illegal to say, and there's recordings of them, and they're among the ones that like to do the finger pointing the most. But what I will say is that Paul and Rohan, what they did was they created an option where people could come into the room anonymously, stripping the moderator of the ability to remove them from the room. So when that happens, I no longer had the ability to toss people out of the room that were streaming the rooms. So I had to do this thing called face reality. And this is something that maybe everybody in this room might want to look up in Facing Reality and reconcile that sometimes you have to accept the world the way it exists. And so with this world in which it exists, we're on this app. This room is being streamed, whether you like it or not, and it has been, whether you liked it or not, for quite some time. I no longer have control. John can tell you how many times I've had his accounts clipped, how many times I've removed him from the room, how many times I've told him my critiques of what he's doing. But no longer do I have that. The app itself that I voluntarily, just like all of you voluntarily choose to log in and participate in. You guys are in this room knowing it's being recorded, and you guys are here. So that is consent, whether you believe it or not. In a courtroom, that would hold up as consent because nobody's making any secrets about whether or not it is being recorded. You are being recorded. I'll repeat it. You're being recorded and you're being streamed, and you have since the day you got on this app. By the way, the app itself records you. So if you don't like being recorded, you probably shouldn't be on the app. So why have I changed my mind? The reality is what John was doing, while annoying, is perfectly within the rules of what this app wants people to do. In fact, they designed a premium payment for people to pay. They get to pay to be able to have this feature. So they're monetizing being able to offer this feature to people like John. So if you have a complaint about this, you should talk to Paul and Rohan. Those are the ones that created this feature. So then once I accepted it, I had to go, well, now this is the world that I have to live in, rather than pretend that this is not the world. I wanted to go back and look at some of the content that he was streaming. And what I found was rooms with actual terrorists they were plotting terrorist plots, as well as conducting recruitment in terms of sex trafficking. You guys might be aware of those rooms. Maybe you're unaware of those rooms. But this is a service that John is providing that streams it, and all of you do-gooders, all of you anti-terrorist activists, you guys can look at this and go, wait a minute, here's somebody that is being able to stream and expose terrorists on this app, and you can now work with him to do something about it, or you can complain because you think it's a nuisance because he streamed and did something that the app actually wants him to do. I'll go ahead and just mute up right now, but if you guys want to get self-righteous about your right to privacy, you guys can stick it.
See, that's one of the greatest endorsements I've had yet for the campaign to elect candidate congressman to the 16th District of Illinois. And yes, I am a Service Connect disabled veteran. I finished as a second lieutenant at Fort Huachuca, where I was medically disabled for an injury. I served in the Army National Guard from 2002 to 2006. That's March of 2002 to August 2026. So get it right.
How can we check that?
Oh, I
believe you, by the way, John.
Thank you, Jane. I thank you for the support. But don't
I don't support your
send $1 to the campaign. Jane, what's $1? What's $10?
I'm gonna give you $18.
The link is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. It's also in my profile. But I just want to say I'm having a super powerful vibration right now.
Listen, Brad is not the authority on my identity, on my life. Brad is an online
I don't
social
even get along with Brad. I'm just
road
curious.
rager who said yesterday, I don't even want to repeat what he said to you, James. So let me just sit here in my seat.
Oh, please don't.
I'm gonna mute up. I'm sitting in the sun, experiencing a super positive vibration, and I'm just gonna go on mute. And anybody, I'm gonna stay on mute and meditate for 10, not 11. 10, not 9 minutes. Here we go. I'm going into a meditation, a deep, positive vibration meditation. Here we go. Hitting the mute button now.
Deep positive vibration is an actual vibrator. Something you're asking that's about people.
John, before you go into your meditation, can I ask you a question regarding your upcoming election or trying to get on the ballot? You still there, John, or are you meditating?
Hey, Brad, when have you ever provided evidence that John isn't a veteran?
He said he's an officer, right? Go to Ballotpedia right now. Go pull up that and tell me what uniform is on that individual soldier that he used. He said he was an E5 in the Army, and then all of a sudden he now just told you he was in the National Guard, and he graduated as a, what was it, a lieutenant colonel, second lieutenant?
What's the first name?
He said
What's the first part of the name of National Guard, Brad? What's the first part of that name? What's it called? What's the first word? The three word. There you go. You got it, Brad. You figured it out, buddy.
Retarded? Are you really that?
God, literally fucking Army National Guard.
Leslie, are you ass clapping?
No, this is
just Brad. It's one thing to say that he's not the rank or that he's not an officer. Like he's not, an officer. That's one thing. It's another thing to then say that he never fucking served. That he's not a veteran.
Maybe it was just exaggerated.
Yeah.
You know, troubles me.
You can say stolen valor. You can't say that he's not a veteran.
What troubles me is that if you served and that you actually got rid of your uniform, like I don't know any person who served, they got rid of their uniform.
But
That's it. I don't think, Sean, that you've actually talked to a lot of people that have served. I know plenty of people that got rid of their uniform. Many actually take turns.
Again, so like this whole
fucking hell, man. Wow, I swear. Can we just have one talk to the top?
I was talking. Aisha can't shut up. That's her problem. Her Rich. It's the same people with the same problem. They should, in between whatever they had.
Everyone's your bullshit.
But I'm not just gonna sit there and say to him again. If he's claiming to be an officer, then she'll go out there, Rich, because you're retarded. He cannot say he went to the Citadel and spent 8 years doing all this. He also said he was enlisted, but that uniform that he was showing, which is an enlisted man's uniform, says that he got when he graduated the Citadel. So no, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And yes, if you claim you're an officer, just like the idiots that walked around this app and all said they were fucking SEALs and that they were Delta Force fucking Rangers with SEAL Team 10s, all of those motherfuckers, that's still stolen valor. Because guess what? You cannot fucking represent yourself in a more glorious light, if you will, while soliciting funds. It is still a federal crime.
Doesn't mean that those people aren't veterans, you fucking idiot. That's the whole point. You shouldn't have used that word. You should have said he's not a veteran.
Well, yeah, if you spent 4 years in the military and left, maybe you don't want to get a uniform because you pussified out.
Yeah, I'm on welfare. You don't have a fucking job. Yeah, that's exactly it, Brad.
They didn't know rules. I had to bring my meditation. A lot of accusations are being thrown.
Oh, it's because I threatened to dox fucking King Solomon because he said, nigger, hail Hitler. That's all. That was a quote.
Hey, Brad.
So unacceptable.
No, we've already went through this serendipity about Monica making quotes.
One mic. Hey, Brad. If we're just saying this true, one mic.
Guys, what's the little background? What's going on? Time Mike, is that you or is this somebody else?
No, Moose moved it up.
Yeah, thanks. Go.
Yeah. Hey, Brett, you've laid it out.
at this point, you did what you're supposed to do, and you laid out what you were saying, and let everybody else sit with it. And
I agree, Mike. I wouldn't. Like, you guys want to donate? You gave over $1,000. Like, I mean, it's not the worst thing. People gave like $100,000 on an app. Morons like Rich, like Bima, like others that fucking ran little fucking scams. Like, go ahead, give your money. I'm just telling you, he's not going to money. He's not going to win. He's not running, and he's soliciting funds.
I didn't give his money either. Dude,
Yeah, I don't believe John's actually running for Congress. I think it's just a troll.
set up moves. It's crazy.
I wondered about that because I've seen him on the app so long, or it just isn't. Wouldn't it? And I'm not into politics. I'm learning. I'm coming into this room. I'm learning. But what does the congressman do? They go out. They raise funds. Isn't this what they do? They knock on doors. What do they do, Brad? What do they do, guys?
People are not trying to raise funds or campaigning. You have to knock on doors to get elected. You actually have to have town halls. You have to have meetings. You have to meet your constituents. This motherfucker.
You're breaking up. Is it just me? Is it just me?
No, he's in the Matrix really nice time.
No, he's the Holy Spirit. So fuck your Holy Spirit.
Hey guys,
so the whole idea, Mackie, is that they're supposed to represent their constituencies to fight for both federal dollars and appropriations and projects that exist within their area, as well as to represent the people on a national scale. However, you don't win on here. There's been many people who have ran campaigns on Clubhouse saying, I'm going to win, I don't know, Texas 5th fucking ward, and they fucking fail because guess what? They campaigned at fucking Clubhouse. You actually have to go to doors. You actually have to talk to people. You have to have town halls, and you have to actually have a platform. This idiot who spends his time with 20 phones in his underwear is not campaigning. He's not running for anything. And the only part that pissed me off about this troll is the fact that they were using a military service. If they'd have done anything else, I would have just played along with it and laughed my ass off. But because you're using a veteran, which will trigger a lot of other people who are service-related, service-connected, to donate, that part pissed me off. And Roger knows better than that because, again, I hold him and Edmund in the same category. This is bullshit. This is crap.
Wait, John, did you serve in the military? Or did you go to the Citadel or not? John.
Thank you, Rich. I'd be happy to reply to that question and completely refute what Brad is doing here. I graduated from the Citadel in 2005 as a second lieutenant in the United States Army National Guard Military Intelligence. That was my commissioning, and you can see, is it in my other profile? Yep, go to the other John profile on stage. That's John Kitover, aka me. And that is my commissioning ceremony. That's when they put the butter bars, those juicy, delicious gold butter bars on my epaulettes. And in the front of that Class A uniform, which is not a enlisted soldier's uniform, it's Class A. I think everybody has the same Class A's. And so, as you can see there, that is a military intelligence insignia on the front part of my left breast.
Wait, so you're saying you were enlisted first and then you went through OCS?
No, I did what's called the SMP, Simultaneous Membership Program. I did infantry school at Fort Benning in the summer of June to August of 2001. And then I was a PFC, then a specialist, then a sergeant in the South Carolina Army National Guard. And upon graduation from the Citadel, I was commissioned as a second lieutenant into the Illinois U.S. Army National Guard as a military intelligence officer. I worked on 18th Street here in Chicago, where we studied interrogations, linguistics, and then I went to officer basic school at Fort Huachuca, Arizona for U.S. Army Military Intelligence. While I was on duty serving this country patriotically in the deserts of Arizona, marching up and down mountains, watching illegal aliens cross the border, I was injured and I was medically discharged in August of I hope you guys are recording in August of 2006. I am complete.
What was the injury, John?
Everybody, this is just a bunch of hypnosis. This is a bunch of hypnosis.
Hold on. What was the injury, John?
Listen, I am sitting in a super positive vibration, and I don't want to violate my health medical information privacy.
It's obviously a head injury. It was a head injury.
Mental or physical?
No problem. It sounds pretty genuine. So, John, It's all on positive.
No, that's all bullshit. You can't do that. But okay, military intelligence at the highest level in the National Guard. Yeah, you can believe in that one.
Media intelligence and not muscle.
Brett, what was your military service?
I was just a boasted mace in the Navy, nothing more.
Enlisted, or did you go up?
Enlisted.
You didn't go up through the Merchant Marine Academy?
I didn't need to go to the Merchant Marine Academy. I just needed to go out and get my Coast Guard papers and then sign up as a sailor and then graduate. I'll take the course and pass those back in my day to get my mate's pay license so I could sail on ships over 600,000 gross tons.
Yeah, so John, how do you, because Brad was explaining how Congressman traditionally, runs for Congress, right? How do you do it? Because you're constantly on.
Doing it right now. It's 2025. We're on a social audio conference call known as Clubhouse. It's a chat app, and this is how people organize.
Notice that
Brad, let him finish. Brad,
hi, Mike. I just want you to know. Pay attention to the years because the years keep changing every time he graduates or goes to a base. He keeps flip-flopping the years back and forth. So apparently, he keeps graduating the Citadel every fucking year since 2005.
Yeah, I got you. I wanted to ask a question. Let him answer, please. John, can you answer that?
Listen, I graduated to the Citadel 12 years ago in 2005. What is your question, Tamai?
Yeah. So Brad laid out, because I don't know a lot about politics, right? I'm not into an actor and martial arts. What is the Brad laid out a process for traditionally what a congressman would, or somebody running for Congress, what his in and out day looks like, knocking on doors, raising money. I see on Clubhouse a lot. How do you go through your day? What do you do?
You just said knocking on doors, raising money. What do you think we're in? We're in a house. You got to knock on doors and rooms and houses, and we are raising money digitally. But right now, I'm sitting in the sun tanning and campaigning at the same time, causing all kinds of gossip and controversy. I think I might be doing a pretty good job. What do you think, Tom?
Okay, I'm just asking. I have no idea. Raising $1,000 is peanuts, so I don't think it's a good job, to tell you the truth. It's been what? How many days? How long have you been running for Congress or trying to raise money?
Listen, I'm going to take a break from answering any further questions for the next 10 minutes and continue my meditation.
You go do that. That's not right.
Here's my thing, though, and I'm not gonna shade John's political endeavors at all, because I don't know this man personally. But I will say this, and I've said this to John. He might have in a previous room. He may not remember when I said I will not be surprised if a year from now, if John releases some sort of documentary about his journey on Clubhouse and recording all of us and his journey in politics, some sort of Borat-style mockumentary, and that this was all a joke and all, just his journey, him documenting the experience of trying to run for Congress and all the red tape and the political hoopla that he has to jump over, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying John is trolling us and that he's faking it, but I won't be surprised if we find out this has all been one troll social experiment for some sort of mockumentary about John's life.
Hey, you know what? You better get in line. You better get in line because there are a lot of people on here that do that. Not in this chat particularly, but around here that have been pitching these types of mockumentary things about Clubhouse. But
I just want to make sure that
like they said in the chat, you nailed it.
I just want to make sure if I'm featured in the documentary that I'm invited to the premiere. That's it. That's all I ask.
I'll be your date.
Right on. It's a deal.
Nah, you're right. Oh, so go ahead.
Do it in New York.
Ashley, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, like if he's running in Illinois, how's being in here campaigning when I haven't ran into a lot of Illinois residents? Like I think there's only been like 2 or maybe 4 on the entire app. Yeah. So you'd be getting 4 voters, and they're not. Most of them are not even in the district.
So I got a question, Brad, because I'm seeing multiple people putting in the chat that they've searched John online, finding legitimacy on random articles, even mentioning that he is in fact running. So aside from what he's saying and critiquing like maybe some mistakes, I'm not a military guy. I'm not even going to try to understand warranting if somebody is lying or not, but I guess like have you done like search yourself, Brad? Because other people are finding searches that say otherwise to your view.
He used the same photo like 3 years ago, 2 years ago. He was running around the app pretending he was a veteran. A bunch of veterans caught on to his shtick and booted him out. And that was back when you could actually ban him. So dipshit had to go buy another phone in order to get back on Clubhouse. There was a whole rigmarole. I'm sure you remember that. This is fucking retarded Edmund who takes too much lithium and does cocaine and does yoga in his underwear on Instagram thinking people want to see him. This moron went through and pretended this. He used the same photo of a veteran online and he got it. And he got called out. And it wasn't called out by me. Back in the day, in season 1, there was a huge, massive group of veterans on this app. There was maybe 50 to 100,000 strong on this app alone of veterans who would come in and out. That's how powerful they were. They'd hold rooms and kick people out. The guy who checks the seals, there's a whole bunch they would do checks on each other. They would verify. You had to actually get verified just to go in some of the rooms. Because if you did it, you weren't there. This dipshit tried it. He tried to pull it off and pretend he was a SEAL. He said he was better than Chris Kyle. He was the one that he trained Chris Kyle with. Which, again, that's a whole different fucking thing. So he uses this guy's thing. Then he changed his whole stick. And now you have Roger and him doing a troll. I don't know for what purpose, but please don't give your money. And again, he can't do it. He said he served from 2002 to 2005 or whatever it is, or 2005 to 2008. He's not going to have butter bars for 4 years. He's not going to be military intelligence in the fucking National Guard. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys, but you can go ahead. And the fact that this scam is basically him copying somebody, and all he did was go on Ballotpedia and put his name in and register it. Which, I guess apparently, there have been complaints, because if you dive a little bit further, there's actually some complaints. And the fact that you're actually soliciting, John, funds, utilizing an image and a person that's not you, and you're sitting there saying, oh, this is all me, this is what I do. Okay, fine and good. Well, once you hit a certain mark, that becomes federal, and I think it's actually criminal now, because you take one penny, and I think Trump signed that into law in his first term, and I think Biden left that one. So I'm pretty sure that a whole lot of people will actually probably go out to Chicago and come looking for you and saying, hey, you're collecting money on behalf of veterans. It's kind of shitty. And again, I don't have any smoke. I know what John looks like.
Wait, what documents or paperwork would he have to provide for you, Brad, to shut the fuck up?
He'd have to provide the fact that you actually were able to get.
No. We're just asking, like, what documents do you want to see? Because he's already offered to give up his discharge papers.
I don't think he has them. I think he poached them online.
He said, I will send my discharge papers to anybody on here. He's open about. He has his fucking address, his phone number, and his full fucking legal given name on his fucking profile. Like, you don't think he'll send you his discharge papers? No, because you're just being fucking stupid. Initially, you said that he wasn't. Initially, hold on. Initially, said that he wasn't a veteran, and then you changed it to, oh, now it's.
Yeah, we're not going to do this, guys. Nine, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I was just saying, we need one mic. Everybody.
No, hang on. We got it. Okay, thanks. Great, we've got one mic here.
Okay,
So no, I wasn't yelling. I was trying to talk, and you were talking over me. I was talking to Nye. Would you like to take it from here?
No, I don't need to say anything. Go. Yeah, no, it's all good.
So initially you said he's not a veteran. Then you changed it to stolen
Hey,
valor.
Rich, I think you're
Like,
still a
it's just
fucking
fucking
moron.
stupid,
Again, you got called out for unemployment. You got called
I
out
didn't call you
for
called out for
the F
unemployment.
on that shit. And again, I don't take words from people as gift. You're one of them too. You're just up there with them. You got called out in a room, and people actually reported you to the Texas unemployment office because you were scamming that shit. Like you were scamming welfare, you fucking region.
Brent, you notice like all the people say all the people you have grievances with. That there's a common
Ashley's
denominator.
on this stage, right? Ashley, what did Rich get called out
There's
for?
a common denominator, Brad.
He was doxing Solomon and he doxed Mike.
Hey, y'all know. I said that I could dox Solomon if I wanted to. Brad, I never actually doxed anybody. Solomon even conceded.
That was the discussion.
Yeah, I know. Solomon even conceded that I did not dox him because his full legal name was on his Twitter account. That's his Twitter fucking name, is his full legal name, and he had it attached to his Clubhouse profile. And because I used his full name, they're like, he doxed him, and I'm like, his Twitter account is literally his full legal name. Like, that's his fucking Twitter name. You know,
Yeah, but until like using somebody else's PTR, like they.
Bro, actually, if my Twitter account had my full legal name and I had it attached to my Clubhouse, and you said my fucking Twitter fucking bio name, that would not be doxing. You would just be literally reading what I put on there. But it'd be no different than me putting my entire fucking name in my bio and it'd be like, oh, that's doxing because somebody read it. Like, this is so stupid.
We're not talking about a legal definition.
That's what Solomon conceded. So the question put to Solomon was, did Rich dox you? And he went, well, technically no. And because I explained, hey, his fucking Twitter has his full name. It's literally at fucking his name.
But that was kind of the whole reasoning behind it.
No, it wasn't.
I'm not saying you did it. I'm not saying you did it, Rich. Rich, I'm not saying you did it. Good Lord, man. I'm saying that was the discussion. That's why they dropped you.
That's why he gets booted out of rooms.
Okay, can I just say really quickly, please? Can we just have one mic? Can y'all not talk over each other because it's difficult for folks in the audience to hear everyone's submission, and it sounds like a lot of noise on the stage. So please, just one mic.
Also, I've had other people on the stage trying to contribute and they can't really get a word in edgewise because everybody wants to talk all over themselves. So let's go back to the house rule and not interrupt each other.
Wait, quick question to Baby in the chat. Is Nye McGee the new Jasmine? Baby, who is Jasmine? I'm curious. Who's Jasmine?
You don't want to know that.
Time back. I don't care if you donate.
Right, it's time on.
Time back. I'm sorry, dude. I don't care if you donate. Donate away. I'm just letting you know.
I'm not donating.
This is a troll, and like idiots like Rich. If idiots like Rich are supporting it, you fucking run.
I'm gonna do it. I don't even think he's really running for Congress. I think it's a troll. But I'm not gonna say it would prove that he was in the service.
Respect the room. They just asked us one mic. So, Sarah Deputy Nairo, do you want to reset the room to have change the discussion? Because I think it's, what do you guys want to do?
I just want to say right now, I'm so curious. Baby said, am I the new Jasmine? I asked, Jasmine? Somebody in the chat said, she's a bitch. And I'm thinking, oh, that's curious. So he heard my voice and thought of a bitch on the app. Great. Resetting the room.
No. That's not what I meant.
Okay, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, everybody, PTR. I just took a photo of my military identification card from when I was a second lieutenant, everybody. PTR.
So, guys, this is sliding into the month. Thank you,
card. You got that offline.
Hold on, guys. Let me just reset real quick. This is an after party to the education discussion we had earlier with Anson. Thank you for your service, John.
It says John Zachary on the fucking ID, you idiot.
I'm just amazed that I can't
shit.
It says John Zachary Kitover.
Nice talking, guys.
Hey, John.
No, I'm going to let everyone have it. Go ahead, Brad.
Again, Brad was wrong.
Sorry,
When the narcissist starts doing crazy making shit.
It's not him. It's not fucking him.
Okay, everybody, PTR. I just posted my Service Connect disabled card from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs where it says VA Healthcare Enrollee Service Connected. There you go, Brad. I hope you're having a great day.
Man, he's kind of.
What do you got for that, Brad?
Fucking dunking on you, Brad.
Step up, Brad.
Yeah, I just also confirmed that
Issue an apology. I bet you feel like a piece of shit, Brad. It's that easy.
I also just confirmed.
Look at my PTR. That's it. PTR. Refresh the page, Brad, and issue your apology now.
One mic. Who's that talking? One mic on the congressman, please. Let Congressman speak. One mic. Go ahead, and then we'll go to the next.
Yo, John, we don't see the card, the second one.
It's on his other
We saw it. It's very legit.
He's got like 3 or 4 profiles on the stage, so pull a refresh and you'll see it.
So I have a genuine question for John.
I get it.
Again, I'm gonna you say your military private
Hold on,
card.
I'm not going to answer any more questions. I'm taking a break as I bask in the glory of this one-up over Brad. Look at the PTRs closely, everybody. Screenshot them if you must. But I assure you, I'm a veteran, and Brad has spent the whole day libeling and slandering me. I am complete. I'm going back to meditate.
John, my question is not
What does your analysis say, Brad?
Ryan, you know why I stand up for him? Because I know him off the app, you fucking idiot.
Enough of name calling, guys. Come on, let's.
Rich, wait, Rich, you know John off the app, so he's legit.
Yeah, I literally fucking text message and talk on the phone all the fucking time.
I would just like to point out, though, that Rich just asked 5 minutes ago. I don't know if he's really running for Congress, but I do know him.
Well, if his name is really John Kitover, I can tell you that I have confirmed by the Federal Election Commission there is a guy named John Kitover. I'm looking at information right now, registered in the District 16 Republican Party, and everything is official. It is.
Yeah, he used to also own a bunch of marijuana dispensaries in the Chicago area. Chicago.
Well, and this is directfec.gov website, y'all. This is.
Look, Beto O'Rourke can be active in Texas. I mean, everything's possible.
Can we hear a formal
apology from Brad?
Yeah, let's hear a formal apology from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Rick, I think you should go back to and not give it
John's answer. For what purpose were you recording 75 different people's conversations without really them knowing? It doesn't really build trust, which a lot of voters actually kind of care about.
Well, guess what I'm doing? It's a duplicate. The Digital Surveillance Act, they're already recording your conversations on top of Clubhouse recording your conversations. So I'm just trying to save the voters money. Duh.
So John, I have to ask this, like you can't possibly be running, and anyone, you seem legit as a veteran, but if you're really going to debate in that fashion, like it doesn't make any sense for someone to put all their energy into recording random conversations versus actually going out and helping the community of what you're running for in the district.
Yeah, it's for a mockumentary, and that's cool, John. I support your mockumentary. I want to add one little, another request to when the mockumentary comes out. Not only do I want to invite to the premiere, as you may or may not know, I've worked in the entertainment business for the past 20 years. Half of that time I worked as a celebrity news reporter. So I want at least dibs on when you're doing your big media blitz tour, please consider me for an interview. That's what you can do for using my likeness and image in your social experiment.
I just wanna mention that if a dog named Buddy the dog can win and be the fucking mayor of Rapidash, Kentucky,
right?
John Kitover. Yeah, that's my hometown area. That within like 20 miles of there. So it was actually my cousin's best friend's dog who actually won. Buddy the dog won as the mayor, and then they had a potbelly pig and a donkey and a rabbit and all that kind of shit. They did fundraisers for it. So if that can fucking happen, then John Kitover could fucking register to run for Congress. Doesn't mean he's actually gonna fucking win. So who cares?
Okay, y'all please explain to me who's Edmund? Y'all call him John and Edmund. Who the hell's Edmund?
He's the Edmund on the app. Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh shit, Keegan's here.
It refers to Easter.
Say something. Don't ask him about Elon Musk.
Say something is interesting. It's interesting.
They're very serious and illegal. So I wish we could get to the bottom.
It's very interesting. Yeah, we're all.
Wait, I'm gonna give it to Richie. You guys didn't like try to hold the room saying I wanted to rape his 2-year-old daughter.
Okay, let's
ran from that. Yeah, like Rich and Keegan are the models that I'm going to. Here's something I'm going to tell you both to do. Go fuck yourself. And you know what, Keegan? When your wife gets back, have her come visit me because you know what? I'm sure she's going to be tired after having that many dicks in the African continent.
Hey, Brad, we'll talk. Keegan has been
Read the house rules.
Keegan said that.
One mic on serendipity, please. She's about to remind everyone of the house rules, please.
Number one, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. Number 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, the N and the K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, don't spam the chat. And that number 7 includes quotes. Number 9, do not bring drama in here from other rooms. Number 10, English only. Number 11, keep families out of your mouth. And number 12, no speaking while eating. There we go.
So I just want to say something that's really interesting. Like John, he's awesome. He's an incredibly intelligent dude, and whether or not it's a joke, it's interesting how irritable he's making everyone who thinks it's a joke. He doesn't sound irritable at all. He doesn't sound over dramatic, over erratic. He sounds pretty intelligent. So it's kind of interesting. John.
Hey, real quick question, John, if you're there, are you able to post a picture of you in your ceremonial Citadel fucking uniform, the one that you all wear for graduation? Thank you very much.
So, John, can you please tell us what the meaning of psycholinguistics is?
So, dude, your idea of intelligent is when I asked him why he's recording all these rooms. You know, hypothetically, that if he was asked that in a debate, his response was, "Well, I'm saving, people money and time, taxpayers' money. That gives intelligence to you."
Guys, recording our outrage and our reactions and our hesitations to believe him is part of the social experiment. We're all co-stars and leading characters and guest stars of the social experiment. So our individual rage and opinions and reactions, this is all part of the project. We are non-scripted, non-union performers. Don't we get it yet? Haven't we figured this out? At least that's what I'm going on. Trying to get no disrespect. As far as I'm concerned, you are legitimately running an honest campaign. But again, just to reiterate, I will not be mad nor shocked if we find out a year from now it was all one big trolling documentary social experiment.
I disagree.
That's right. I'm not getting to that.
Sorry, Tom, that was my bad. What did you say?
I said, it's just I'm union.
Yeah, Tom's the one legitimate, real actor on the stage. So I have to remind myself that he is legitimate. The rest of us are just unknowingly reality co-stars in John's wonderful experiment that he's conducting here on Cloud House.
General Grinolds of the U.S. Army, graduating the Citadel and getting my diploma as a regimental major. Hooah!
Oh, shit! John, how much money have you raised specifically for Clubhouse?
Worth $510.
$510, okay. That's only $10 each
Gotta start somewhere, Time Mock. You know, one step forward becomes a billion steps. The acorn becomes the tree. The micro becomes the macro. Where is your faith? All I hear are complainers.
What's your goal? One might just retire SVP. One might keep talking about intelligence. $900. Come on.
Well, let me make another demonstration of intelligence and go back to meditating silently for the next 10 minutes.
John, what do you do for a living? Are you just retired? Just at home with your teen phones?
I'm sorry, I'm campaigning for Congress right now. I gotta take a call with the campaign man. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna do it. But seriously, that might be real. That might be real. Rabbis, might be military, but as far as Congress, I think it's supposed to share. Way earlier in the day, I don't know if he's actually military or not, if he was discharged from being retarded. I just know that right now he used that photo before 2 years ago and tried to scam people and said he was like some sort of SEAL team sniper on. I was fucking with you guys. God, I don't think you parties. So they might figure it out. You guys have paraded him and he's like, yeah, I'm the best SEAL ever. I'm fucking telling you, he's like, oh, $1,000. Wait, did you have a years he's here? Because I thought he said he was here 4. So I just got here. That water bar for 4 years is what he said. That's not
what I said.
And his mates at graduation keep changing. He was an enlisted man for 20 years, and then he all of a sudden became an officer. So again, his story keeps evolving. And someone valor is actually claiming to be more than what you are. So that, and then you solicit funds. So if you say you're a SEAL, and you're not really SEAL, all in valor, and I know some pussy like you. Chris Kyle, somehow you get it. I get EVP warriors like you that want to go ahead and side with fucking crazy retards like I've been here. That's fucking weird. But I'm telling you right now, it's still stolen valor. It's just troll. It's troll. I didn't even the biggest troll. Him and Roger are doing a troll for some reason. I'm telling my Republican, except for Rich and all the others in Keegan, please, Keegan, get what little food stamp money you guys have. I know you're the type that goes out there and pours 2 liters of sodas out in the parking lot and then returns it for cash. Take all that money and give it to Edmund. The rest of you don't donate to this campaign. It still stands. He's not getting irritable or dramatic, and regardless if he's running or not, you already intelligent. Yeah, in fact, you're the one who's getting irritable and dramatic. What happened? I can't get control. Yeah, he didn't pay for this or have his name. So he left 9 and served deputy in charge of the number. And actually, what I said, Brad, is I earned $234,000 as a crane operator in West Texas in the petroleum industry, working on hotel preps and frac. And then I made an extra $15,000 doing Uber on the side down in Little Odessa. And then I said I gamed the system a little bit. After getting terminated because I ran over a piece of metal and it cut 3 tires on the fucking crane. But I was also working 24 hours straight, and by our policy, we're not supposed to work more than 15 hours. Even though I was doing a little bit of fucking extra work for the fucking boss, he fucking busted me to corporate and said, well, I never fucking told him that he could work 24 hours, even though it was one of those wink, hey, we gotta get this shit done, gotta get these fucking cranes moved. So I went ahead and took it upon myself to fucking do what I knew he was insinuating. And when shit rolls downhill, and corporate starts asking your fucking branch manager, hey, why is this guy working 24 fucking hours straight? He's not allowed to do that. He goes, well, I didn't tell him he could do that. Even though everybody does. Well, again, that I was taking care of my dying fucking parents for the entire fucking year. Are you guys having a fight? Are you guys having a fight?
Hold on, man. Serendipity was trying to speak. Serendipity was actually taking off my heart. Okay, hold on. Fellas, gentlemen, can we give some space to those female voices for a second? Uninterrupted. Go ahead, people.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. Yeah, I think like what I'm gathering, and why I think this is more of like a symbolic campaign. You know, do you guys remember the guy who ran for president like with the blue over his head? We've seen people do this. What was it? Vermin Supreme, right? He ran for president, and the other guy,
There was a kid in Iowa in 2016 who ran under the note that they're these nuts.
Right. Well, they're right. So there was Vermin Supreme. He was big in the political. You know, he did this boo, put it over his head. He wanted to. You know, he had like this absurdist humor edge, and it was to just draw attention to obviously the things that he wanted to. And then the rent is too damn high party. You guys remember that? Jimmy McMillan, the guy who ran for governor and mayor a bunch of times, and he just ended with the rent's too damn high. You guys remember it, right? So we've seen, and I feel like there are countless other. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I mean, like even Ralph Nader back in the day, he knew that he wasn't going to win. He knew that when he ran for like I don't know, like maybe 10, maybe about 12 years out of a period of over 12 years, he was running, and he knew that he was never going to get elected. And the idea was, and they asked him like all the time, like, well, you know, you're not going to win. The point is to draw attention, to put pressure, draw awareness, stuff like that. And I think that that's what he's doing. And I gotta be honest, I think it's a great cause because, it's our financial system, and we are in stage 6 of the end of our debt cycle, according to Ray Dalio. The end of a fiat currency, if we continue to spend. So I think that spend unaccountable, you know, whatever the way that we're going. So I think it's great, and I appreciate it. I think everybody should support John. I think maybe John could get a little bit more transparent about this for us, so we can understand exactly what's happening and be a part of it, right? Because I also am not convinced right now that it's like a serious thing, but I still think that it's serious in the realm of awareness. And I mean, like potentially this could make national news. I think that's probably much more of what he's looking to do.
I think that's what he's looking at, right.
I mean, Vermin Supreme made it. Rent's too damn high made it. Joan Jett Black, remember that? Who ran for mayor? The LGBT, the queer, right? I mean, there's.
It's funny. It's funny, and John is funny. And when he easily irritates people, it's funny. Because it's not him who's getting all wound up, it's everyone else. And it really doesn't matter if he's running or not, because it's not him getting wound up, it's everyone else. It's absolutely, I agree, bro. Couldn't agree more. If the joke's on him, that's the gag.
That might be it. That'd be true.
I'm still finding it hard to believe that people would actually put that money to this guy. Yeah, again, it's not the point. It is fun. And yes, if you donating your money, they're either way too rich and don't know how to spend their money. I'm making point, but I'm saying that I find it hard to believe and understand that people would actually donate money to this guy. There's a guy on YouTube who wears a fucking toilet bowl seat around his fucking neck, covered in fucking chocolate sauce, and sits there and goes, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy. And people donate that money. You think that's wild? Like, people donate money to all kinds of weird, stupid shit. Rich, did you give money to that guy? He's like, no, I didn't give any money to John. I wouldn't give any money to John because you will never know if John is trolling or if he's being genuine. It's true. If I genuinely believe that John was trying to run for Congress, then I'm probably going to say donate money. I'm sure raise hand on me under a full stare. That's crazy. I'm sure Rohan gives So is American Man Boy Love Association. It's old dudes that want to fuck kids.
Alright,
It's a fetish.
It's that pretty big.
No, I wasn't saying that's what it's.
My apologies, bro. I didn't know you had a green bean. My apologies, bro. Sorry.
So, obviously, John,
$0.
So you just need zero drinks. And literally done in any human private meetings.
Correct. It's about 600 signatures.
600 signatures. Okay. And when people donate to you, is that money going into your private bank account?
No, of course not. It's going into the campaign account under an EIN, and I've got a bank letter, and it's all set up with an antidote if you want to donate right now. But I'm finished answering questions for now. I want to bask in my military glory and victory of making Brad eat his Irish potato stuffings and shepherd's pie. You hear that, Brad? I hope you have a nice shepherd's pie tonight, Brad. Look at the PTR. Service connected, disabled veteran. Look at the second lieutenant ID card, Brad. I hope you eat your shepherd's pie, Brad. Eat that shepherd's pie. You got some shepherd's pie on you, Brad.
Hi, Brad. I think you got me, Brad. I think now I did the guy who broke the guy that later up with the boom and just like walk around and
I told you there's a YouTube guy that does that. He wears some fucking tools around saying, you can donate $20 right now, Brad, dude. And he sits and yells at the camera, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy.
okay, you're done there, little buddy.
They don't do anything.
I think we need to start a discussion. And I think that the discussion should be the most effective ways to manage mental health in this hyper-connected world that we're living in. I'm trying to create a poll, but it wouldn't let me create the poll. Serendipity, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I was trying to create a poll so you can help me out.
I will say this: when you have idiots that completely do people who matter all day long, and again, he has 20 fucking phones in front of him, and spends his days on Clubhouse.
Brad, pause.
It's about 20 phones. He has 5 and 50. Oh, I'm sorry. The over 50 phones.
Exactly.
50 phones. It spends his days since we've known him. And he's just been a retarded idiot. I don't know if he really served. He keeps changing his names, he keeps changing his ranks, he keeps changing his story. All I'm saying, most guys would have said they served. This guy's more of an idiot. I don't know. He could have taken somebody's ID and made it his own. I don't trust anybody because we've had that. Like someone said, we had a woman fake cancer. We had a woman faking her son getting kidnapped. And to the point where I almost went out to go looking for him because he was both missing. So that was their whole, except there. And I'm going to tell you something. I've never asked a dime from anybody on the staff. And I'm telling you right now, you gave your money. I gave you the warning. I would not give it to John. I would certainly not give it to Edmund at all. You guys are fucking idiots. And you just heard the other idiot that's backing you up saying, yes, so what? I scammed the welfare system. Fucking great. You're bitching about tax dollars. Rich is emblematic of that fucking.
I got a tax return and I brought home $249 between Uber and my current job too. So just you're welcome. Donald Trump said it best. Take advantage of the tax system. It's built for us.
Brad, would you donate $20 so I can get some party powder, you know, for my birthday? It'd be a good time. I'm being upfront.
Hey, what is your time on that?
On stage as a female, he used to have a female PTR. How can we get rid of that?
Yeah, we all remember. Yeah, it's trolling
females. That's interesting. When I'm for Congress, and there's a lot of things that are pretty messy there.
My question is a second lieutenant, is that enlisted or is that an officer?
That's an officer. That's called an officer. A second lieutenant with gold butter bars is called an officer and a gentleman.
Can we have one mic though?
Correct. I was the lowest ranking officer there. But you know what? I am so tired of answering these one-off questions. I'm going to go back to my positive mojo vibration and keep meditating for another 10 minutes.
I mean, did you hear where he said that he got injured when he met on this app? John, before you do, because of your experience with linguistics and interrogation, can you explain to us what the word psycholinguistics means?
I think maybe you might be better at telling us what psycholinguistics means. Please proceed.
Well, it's very interesting. How people speak actually can say a lot about them. And this is really, really interesting. So, based off of a person's lexicon and semantic comprehension and how they speak with a tone, cadence, rhythm, it shows a lot about their personality and a lot about how they
cadence, it's what? Hey, let's just have one mic up there.
I mean, like, that shows a lot about you and how you individually think, actually, with your comments that you say on a regular basis.
That's all you want. Oh, no, we haven't. So wait a minute, because a lot of us in here are mental, and I say that respectfully. We have a new poll up. This clubhouse draw is tight. Everybody please vote and be honest. Some of y'all need to select that first option. Yes, we are all mental. I know I am. Okay.
Don, use all your accounts to vote. You know where you're going to vote.
All right, so let's take some time and acknowledge the poll. Acknowledge the poll. For the narcissist. Yeah, let's kind of shift the conversation a little bit. Get off John's nuts just momentarily, fellas, and just get this out.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, fuck all of you guys. You all suck my fucking dick, and all the men here are a bunch of sodomites. Eat a fucking.
Well, can we all excuse Pepe just for a second? Okay, he hasn't had his medication for the last couple of days. We need to be able to understand it and appreciate there are people with mental illnesses. And just do a little bit of grace. That's okay.
Go back to the little boys' bicycles.
So it doesn't need to be a mental illness. It just could be that he's overly perverted and he never gets laid.
Let me ask some of y'all some questions. Some of the guys on here like to spar daily. How do you decide when it's time to take a break from Clubhouse or social media altogether? I mean, are there any signs you notice in the deterioration of your mental health or how you respond or react to people on this app? When do you know it's time to kind of log out of Clubhouse and not log back in for a hot minute?
When it isn't supporting bottom line, the bottom line is the bottom line is to take care of kids. The bottom line is shoes. And when you come to Clubhouse, it's not supporting that is what's time to check.
Well, I'm triggered by little things.
I don't mind to give everybody hell. That's all it is.
My check is usually like when Kyle's mother wants to kiss me off good night or good day, and then I have to make change on the counter so he can go ahead and get his milk because it's money. So, that's when I realized, like, hey, maybe I need to take a break.
Wait,
It's funny how you say the same joke about the people.
The one that came up and said, dude, is big as the Lisbon. He talks in a very flowery voice, and, he misses his job.
Brad, by the time this app burns to the ground, you will have Brad through everybody's wife and mom. And I hope that we get a docu-series about that too. Brad's, the adventures of Brad's Means Perspective.
Say Brad likes to project a lot.
Yeah, Brian definitely watches a lot of porn, for sure.
But no, he's a widow, so he can do whatever he wants with his dick. You guys are here.
We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. That's the reason.
Brad's not widowed. He said he's widowed, wasn't he? He didn't say anything about his wife. He didn't say anything this morning. His lawyer didn't say that this morning that Brad killed his wife. He did say Brad this morning. Brad killed his wife.
We're not going to. Yeah, Keegan said that we're not going to rehash that.
ethic, this kind of ethical dilemma that many teachers are facing now, where they have to pass failing students, which really bothers me, and I was hoping we could touch on that. But maybe if we talk about this topic in the future, I'd like to get answers, maybe some of the educators' opinions and thoughts on why the public school system feels compelled to pass these dummies when they can't read and write at grade level. Everybody gets a passing grade. They don't want to fail anybody. So yeah, I hate that we didn't get to that, but maybe next time. Thank you, Nancy.
Well, I would tell you that that is a huge problem. I bumped into that item on the wall called rigor and accountability. We must teach with rigor, and we must hold everyone accountable, which includes safety people, when the right standards are not met. But so we touched on it, but we can certainly dive a lot deeper into it in the future.
But the answer, that's really racist. Why would you want to do that?
Oh, wait. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's it. Just ignore it. P.P. Herman. Yeah, P.P. Herman.
Kevin he just likes control, so answer with caution, sir. Approach with caution.
No, I mean, it did change, like, I believe it was Oregon and Washington, I think even California, the same app is racist, and so, you know, they have changed stuff there, and you know.
Do you find it ironic?
Oh my God, can I fucking finish? But, you know, they did talk about the disparate outcomes between different groups of people, and so they want to create, I don't know, equality of outcomes or some stupid shit. So if like one group is like doing really poorly versus another group, that's a sign of inequality, and it must be addressed.
Is that like is that got a lot of speed? That's kind of in the past, isn't it?
No, Washington, California, and Oregon. You can look it up, dude. I'm not this shit.
Just saying. Yeah, pass that.
Nope.
Our defense wants to get answers to the question.
Hey, Anson, if you look through the pictures, the images, the PTRs, can you tell me if you think that's a legit cat card?
I'm sorry, it's all legit. What?
Oh, common access card, cat card.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not a geek. There's something wrong with my PTR. Is that what you're
No, don't worry about it. It's always like that.
And some, we talked about what happened to most votes in the poll. There was something else. Everybody was agreeing that the education system, K through 12, we need something else. And you were saying something, people have to be specific in what that something else is. And yeah, I'm an actor, I'm a martial artist. When I was a kid, I dealt with a lot of tough things, everything from abuse to all that bullying stuff. It got me into martial arts real deep. And I think, sports and things like this, art and things like that are really valuable for young people. But what I was alluding to, that I'm going to have an October 2-day retreat with cops and principals, is Dr. Joe Dispenza's work that talks about the science of behavior, the science of the mind, and it will be a different approach fundamentally on how we're approaching kids, the way they think, and how to educate them about the mind. I don't know if that's been in the education system, the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, these kind of things. Do you know?
I think it's been in the education system as long as we have an education system whose goal is to improve the way people think.
Right, but I mean, when I was in school, I never had a class that focused on that at all. I don't even remember it coming up when I was a kid.
But if I is once you learn how to read, write, and do arithmetic, then you might be able to have reasonable discussions along those lines. But my point is that we continue to fail to teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic. So it's hopeless to be able to engage in higher level subjects.
And why is it that they're not having that happen? What's in the way? Why is it lost focus?
I don't mean to dominate this room in any way.
Please.
But you know, I'm going to go back to my fundamental point, Tarek, that rigor and accountability. The reason we don't teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic to a level of competency is because we lack rigor and accountability in doing it. And if somebody calls that racist, then I tend to strongly disagree.
That's who makes those decisions?
Who makes the decisions as to what is competent in terms of reading and writing?
Not what's competent to make sure that the standards around that is high. Who keeps that standard? Reading, math, these kind of things.
Well, that's a tricky question. If the government is running the schools, which other than private schools they do, they're the ones providing the funding. So what you're really asking is who sets the standards? And my answer, I guess, is governmental authority through school boards, elected officials, superintendents, principals, and teachers. But we've got to have good, strong standards. And I think we sadly lack it in those good, strong standards. And ultimately, if it's a public government-funded school system, then the government has to have the courage to both set good standards, high standards, and hold people accountable to achieving those standards.
Okay, thanks for answering my question. How about martial arts or some? Because I would have liked to have martial arts. I had it outside the school, but that would have been something I would have liked in the school as well. What do you think? Not obviously not for violence, but self-defense and discipline and camaraderie, working together, these kind of things. What do you think about having it in the school system?
I didn't come in here to I'm glad to engage in this discussion, don't get me wrong, but I've already probably bloviated too much in my own room. The last thing I want to do is bloviate in here and piss everybody off. So I'm here to, I just sort of dropped in to say, oh my God, the wheels went off the room. I mean, but
they were still off the room. They were still in. It came into this room.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll engage in a conversation, but I don't think my companion is already pissed off at me because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse.
This was a room full of violence, death threats, and he's doing libel and slander. Please go to John Kitover Instagram. I put the link in the chat. The campaign lawyer is preparing to file libel and slander charges against you, Brad. I'm sorry, but it's all on the Instagram.
Why don't you clean the piss stains off of your underwear?
Can we at least listen? We have, and I say this respectfully, a very highly intelligent, articulate elder stage who we should show just a little bit of respect, right, with the language. And I don't want to police anybody's language. I know this is the month we get fired up, and that's cool. Anson, I appreciate you coming into this space to just because before you came in here, it was violent. It was insane. You provided with your submission just a brief moment where we all could just kind of breathe. There was no name calling, no insults, no threats of violence. So I for one appreciate you, Anson, just being, you weren't even aware that you came into this room at a time when it was heated, and you kind of tempered things and cooled things down. So I appreciate that, guys. And while Anson's on the stage, I know I'm not, can we just be cool? Like, let's not talk about dicks and all this other stuff for a minute. Just for a hot minute. Can we just show some respect for our elder on the stage? Maybe I'm old school and old fashioned, and y'all can curse me out if you want to, because I'm putting out
I assure you, Nye, and the rest of the room, if you look at my profile, I can get down and dirty and have done that for many. I can cuss like a sailor and multiply it times 10. So, been there, done that. I know how to handle myself in those kinds of situations. And go ahead, let her rip. I'm going to bow out and make peace in my own home because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse now. But thanks for your compliment, and we'll see all of you around on Clubhouse, I hope, particularly in the rational discussion room.
Thank you for your service.
I think we're really making some progress in that room. We've only had it for 4 days, but I think we're really making some progress in having, quote, a rational discussion.
I agree, Anson, and a lot of that is because of you. You're a good moderator in that room.
Yeah, I just want to say, Anson, we love and respect our veterans here in this room.
Unlike some people.
Okay, y'all can go back to acting like wildlings now, but make sure you vote in the poll. Make sure you vote in the poll.
See how that's done?
And I love this fantastic group of wildlings. I call y'all wildlings respectfully. I'm a wildling too. We're all wildlings.
This is the only room you've probably been in where it's mostly white people trash talking like a bunch of animals.
Wait, you don't think the conspiracy theory rooms that she goes in isn't filled with like white women?
No, I said like where white people are trashing each other.
Yeah, you're right, Pepe. This is the only room that I go into where there's major white on white violence.
It's one of the only this is like, I think the white people on this app largely are in kind of will frequent the same rooms as each other, and a lot of people here obviously they know each other, and there's drama and people are drawn to that and they trash talk.
Also, let me just say something. I don't want to make this about me, but I feel like I need to address this while there are folks in the room. Okay, speaking of white on white violence, and I'm not trying to bring up old memories, and I know one of the rules of the house is you don't bring up drama from another house. And I'm just going to touch on this momentarily while our fearless leader is away, Mojo. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I learned a lesson. Stay out of white folks' drama, stay out of this white on white violence. I called myself, because I got a lot of shit in the back end. I got a lot of shit yesterday when Keegan asked me to co-mod his face, and because he thought I would be a neutral moderator. And I thought, sure, I have no dog in this fight between Brad and Keegan. Little did I know, I could not have expected the aftermath would have been the way it turned out. So, and folks thought that it was my house, that I opened up that house. I did not. It was not my house. Folks thought that I created that title. I did not. Folks thought that I was picking sides. I was not. And I had received numerous back channels and phone calls about, your account's going to get clipped. You're going to do this. You need to not. Why are you in it? And I didn't think about it in the moment because I thought I'm just going to be a neutral moderator. So for anybody in the room now who was in that room yesterday and you were probably wondering the same thing, hear it from my mouth now. Hindsight is always 20/20. I will never get involved in this shit again because I didn't think I was going to catch the heat that I caught in the aftermath. I thought I was just being, cooler than the other side of a pillow by helping mod that space. So,
you didn't do anything.
It's flaring right now.
But I would say that you didn't do anything wrong. First of all, one of the things that I saw it happening even in the chat of the room we were in, people were trying to redirect people to other rooms, and that is very common for them, for them to say like, oh, I wouldn't be moderating there, just to basically get you out of the space and into their room. Because you didn't say anything. I would say you weren't familiar with some of the people that came in. Like Cray did come in, and I was just like, oh shit, she doesn't know him. He will drag people. He had a room earlier, like 300 people in it, dragging somebody.
Hold on. I don't know who Lane Lynn is, but you're blocked. Goodbye, remove.
Wait, was it like Wesley and Prashant in the room or something, or what was going on?
No. It was basically just Keegan and whatever stupid drama with. I was remaining impartial. I didn't even speak.
Hold on. BB's saying she's making it about herself again, y'all. I don't know if that's about me, but I rarely make these spaces about me, BB. So if that comment is to me, I
ignore BB. She's drunk 24/7, 365.
Oh, a drunk?
Yeah, she's a British Persian lady who's always drunk all the time.
All she does, I let her. She's a feature in my rooms. I let her talk shit. She calls me how I'm stupid, I'm gay, I'm all of this stuff, and I don't even.
Pee-pee, are you a faggot, pee-pee?
Yeah, she will fuck your stage up when you let her up, but she can fuck up my chat room. I don't care. But she talks shit to everybody.
If you claim that she's a drunk hoe, we're not gonna deal with.
No, you gotta bring her up just to hear what she sounds like. It's fucking hysterical.
No.
It's like Foster Brooks. Remember Foster Brooks? He's like, what are you talking about? That's BB.
Oh, fuck you, Pepe. You know what you're talking about.
Fuck you, Pepe. Motherfucker, you faggot.
BB, despite how she sounds, I saw a picture of her. She's actually pretty, which I was not expecting. I was expecting her to look
Sarah's the same way. Sarah's an attractive girl. She's just fucking crazy. I think it's because they're Persian.
She doesn't like when I speak. She can always not be in here when I'm here. You know, you have options. What's up?
She's Persian. She's a hater.
Oh,
dude, she's somebody you just everybody ignores her.
She probably hates all black people. So
BB hates everybody.
Oh no, she loves the blacks. In that way, you know what I mean? That's what I was alluding to. Yeah.
Anyways, hey MG, what's up, boo? One of the most beautiful women on this app. Okay, so take the poll. Does Clubhouse draw a type? Certainly in this room. I always tell
God damn it! Why are you moderating so much? No, everybody came here to fight.
Well, the ladies, this is the month. We moderate the vaginas. That's Roger's house rule. Certain vaginas, at least. I mean, I don't make these decisions. You know. If I was moderating the vaginas, I would have a little bit more diversity. No disrespect to my beautiful white women on stage.
Damn, she's buzzing out on stage. Look at her.
You know, I would have some more melanin.
I'll take the second. I'll take the splash out the splash zone flowers. No, I don't take BB seriously. She's literally like yeah. She will get stuck on one person and then just go off in the chat for hours and hours and hours. I've been on that as well.
It's her charm. She does it to me like every.
Yeah. That's what you gotta learn about.
She's a nobody and a nothing, so just ignore her.
Nothing, like the never ending story, but nothing.
Yep, that's exactly the reference.
So
and I'm the master.
So Rich, I see you're back. I guess things are settled. I guess we don't have to open your words, but.
Well, Roger said I could come back because we made amends.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reach out to you on the back end. Yeah, so that'll be later.
Yeah,
I gotta tell you something.
I'm very nice. Sorry. I'm the one with the LGBT flag, not me. You might be getting us confused.
Right.
I have no knowledge of them working anything out on the back end, but I do know that Roger unblocked him and that he.
2 days ago.
Yeah, he was here yesterday.
Yeah, Roger seen that I migrated over to Chillism. There were 60 people in there today. They're having phenomenal conversations. So I think that might have resolved a lot of it.
And you don't bring.
I was on here yesterday, and I've been on stage in Chillism for the past 4 days now. What are you talking about, Brad? See, again, lies.
It's like you said, John has stolen valor. He's a second lieutenant. He's got a second lieutenant. He's got his Citadel fucking graduation fucking garb. And you're like, John has stolen valor.
I mean, again, scamming the welfare.
No, it's not scamming. It's all taking advantage of the system. Using the system to your advantage. Donald Trump said the same thing about taxes. When Hillary said, you didn't even pay taxes. He said, exactly. I'm using the system the way it's structured.
People like you, Rich, because you're slamming.
It's not shit, bro.
You fidge and fudge on fucking welfare checks and lie about unemployment.
I've never received a welfare check in my entire life. I've never had welfare in my entire life.
Rich is married to an LBFM, so I mean, I don't know what he's doing on the stage.
Dare I ask what an LBFM is?
It's what they call in the military. They call them. So they used to have like a base, and my dad would fly over. No, he never fucked any Filipino women.
It's like about Civic Bay.
So they would call. They called the women their little brown fucking machines. That was an acronym in the military.
Yep. They are.
Damn it! I hate that I asked, but now we learn something new every day. Little brown fucking machines.
Oh, they're the horniest women on earth.
That's probably true. Yeah.
That's why they all have 12 to 16 kids.
MG's like, what? I wish I could have been a slut like that. Why not?
I think they all have like hyperthyroidism is what.
BB, he's married to his mate. You're married to. I don't think you are married. You're just an alcoholic.
Oh, I would agree with what BB said. She is my maid, my housekeeper, my cook, my sex slave. She's all these things. She's a nanny. She's everything. It's amazing. Yeah, don't try to insult me with a good time, BB.
BB, how many goats does your family need to marry you?
How many men in your family have fucking goats, BB?
BB, I don't know how often you've been in this space, but I don't know. If you go hard on the chat, we got some students on the stage that don't
She knows us. She knows us. Like,
oh yeah, we all
this is for years. She's like, this shit talking goes all day. Like with her, she's not a sensitive little girl.
I bet you used to be part of the chillism group way back when. Oh, we ran Brad away? Oh no. Hey, at least Scarlett's happy now.
It's because you guys are really unpleasant. I'd smack the shit out of you guys in person.
Welcome, Dr. Mitch. What's up, Dr. Mitch? I think he's coming up. Hey, Dr. Mitch.
So you want the medical perspective on this?
On the mental illness?
Oh no, am I breaking up already?
Yeah.
All I heard you say, do we want the medical perspective on this? What is this? What were you?
Well, look at the top of does Clubhouse draw a type of mentally ill person?
Oh yes, please, go ahead.
God, I don't even know where to start on this. Okay, the first thing I'll say is it's not good to make generalities, right? Because that's a very wide net. So it's kind of hard to answer the question. But somebody who is truly mentally ill probably doesn't even know it, so they're not going to tell you anyway. Certainly a narcissist or a psychopath is not going to say, yeah, I'm a lunatic. Is that too much?
Nope, I'm looking at all you purple letters.
Well, I mean, a narcissist and a sociopath aren't probably going to even realize they are one. Fair.
Never, Pepe. That's the point. Yeah. No. That's actually how you know you're not a psychopath, because you think you are one.
See, go Team Green. We're all the mental healthy ones.
I don't know, my friend Serenity Serendipity, she actually is the only rational person on Clubhouse.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch.
I mean, I am an agent of chaos. I don't know why. I don't know. It's like when you look at all of those cluster B traits, like when it comes, I mean, I do have like ADHD, and I don't know. Sometimes wonder, like, maybe you can have like the traits, but they're not full on.
When MG just said in the chat, if COVID never happened, I would never be on this app. Same here. Is that true for many of us on the stage right now? Was the COVID pandemic the reason?
Yeah, I wouldn't have been online. Period. Like I didn't do social media shit where I talked to strangers until like 5 years ago. Otherwise, I literally had zero interest in expressing myself online or talking to people.
I started on a mom app, and then a bunch of us migrated over here, and I just never went back to the mom app because it got boring after a while.
Those moms are way hella boring compared to Clubhouse rooms.
Well, the drama can get nasty, but yeah, the rooms just yeah, no.
What does that say about us, though? Like, those of us that that think it's funny to rile people up, that is, maybe not within the realm of healthy. And then there's a lot of you who also like to participate in the drama and the name calling. And even for those who don't, you guys definitely like to go in the rooms where it's happening. Those are always the busiest rooms. I would say there's a lot to unpack there.
Polling is a participation sport. I like this room, right? Don't you, Serendipity? I like this room, and Roger has been he's just been really kind lately, It's like the new and improved. He's just been kind of kind and patient. I remember when he,
I totally agree.
Right? I remember when he used to like, I don't know, just knock people off their perches for a while.
Hey, Dr. Mitch, I got a question. What does it mean if when you pee, it burns? What would you think that probably indicates?
Oh, shit.
Hold on,
you gotta get swabbed, man. Well, it's a UTI or an STD, but they're pretty much almost at the
Okay, cool. You guys step on the joke. Pepe, Dr. Mitch said stop fucking with prostitutes and you might need to get a test.
Amazing.
Oh,
If Rich only thought that he was 60% like funnier than he actually is.
He realized that it only matters if it's funny to me.
I do want to say that, like, I did meet my soulmate, Callie, in the audience. I met her on this app. That's pretty cool.
And it only matters to me.
Don't interrupt my fucking shout out.
Have you been to the Self-Realization Fellowship, Dr. Mitch?
Sure. Yeah, I live in Oceanside. And I had a house in Carlsbad, yes. I have been to SRF, yes. Autobiography of a Yogi, Paramahansa Yogi.
Also, it's in a Matrix stamp.
So,
you're in the Matrix, Dr. Mitch. Scarlett, I'll address you as your legal name on here, that you want to be presented as. I can guarantee if we go watch John Kitover's replays, he was laughing when I said the joke.
I don't care. It's only funny if it's funny to me.
I agree with that.
Actually, I forgot. I said I'm going to stay on it, but I stay out of it, out of the journal. But I respectfully request that y'all keep the peace with Roger's queen, Scarlett, please.
I will. I'll be nice.
But Nye, you understand. You do understand, right? That it's not me. gentleman, and I use the term hyperbolically, has little to recommend him. And I think he's filled with so much self-hate that the little that does recommend him kind of ruins most of the time.
Hey, now I have a question for clarification. From the conversation that you and I had the other day, do you think that I'm racist?
Oh boy.
What power? Okay, shut your mouth. Shut up. Rich, okay, here's the deal. I don't know you personally. I don't know how you get down in your personal
From what you gathered from our conversation in the other room.
But from what I gathered from our conversation, some of y'all are gonna hate me for saying this. I don't think you're racist. But I also don't
I'm an asshole, right?
Racist either.
Oh, I don't either. I was just fucking with it.
Very messy. I think you're very messy. I think you know how to manipulate. You're a master manipulator, and I'm not. There's no judgment. I think you know how to stir the shit in rooms that you go in. I know you are masterful at centering yourself, right? And based on that conversation that you and I had, and we're not gonna go into it, but you said something to me that, that's why. Basically, you said something that has bothered me, and we'll just leave it at that. And so, to answer your question, I don't think you're racist. I understood your point of view. It does not necessarily mean I agree with it, but I understood your point of view. But I also say this though, Rich, when you were called out on that stage that day, you initially lied and said, if memory serves me correctly, you initially lied and said you didn't use the N-word, et cetera, and then later on admitted that you did. So you have to stand on business, sir. If you're going to use this kind of language across the app and get called out on it, and when you got to stand on business, don't lie about it.
Oh no, I said that. I used the word. I used the two words that are not allowed on this stage. Because we kept beating around the bush, the word, and then at the very end, I said the two words that are now, one of the words is now added after I said it, which I had been recommending for that word to be also added to the rules and regulations. And I said those two words, and then I said to Roger, I said, because he paused for a few seconds, and I said, is your fat finger trying to find the button? And he said, yep. And then next thing I was gone. So I did concede I said it.
People have been reaching. Wait, hold on. Let me just say this really quick. I just want to make something clear. People have been reaching out to me for a hot minute now about me being in JB's space, me being in Mojo's space as the black girl, me being, talking to Monica at the N-word when white folks use the N-word. Y'all, let me just say this. I've been on this app for I don't know how many years, okay? And I'm not going to say I'm desensitized to the word, but I can't get triggered every time white folks use the N-word and then get on spaces with black people and smile and kiki and titi in their face. I said in JB's room previously, I'll repeat it here. I'm a Capricorn and I'm Generation X. And if y'all don't know what that means I don't give a fuck about what y'all be talking about. You dig? So, no, I'm not going to be triggered about folks using the N-word. I've heard worse. No, I'm not going to stop speaking to certain people because if you're not directing the hate towards me, I really don't care, right? Because I know how a lot of people on this app, your characters, we like to say things for shock value. Lord knows I do. And first of all, I would be kind of hypocritical if anybody's been in my Saturday entertainment room. I offend everyone equally, right? So I'm pretty tame in Mojo's room. My room, I talk hella shit about everyone. And by everyone, I'm not talking about anybody on this app. I have very strong, spicy opinions. I drop the N-word and all kinds of words, right? So, like I said last night, my mother said, and I'll land here, my mother said black people stole the N-word from the white man and had made it internationally famous, and we profited off the N-word through our music and art and
saying that. I'm just saying I can't get triggered every time I'm on Clubhouse and I get a back end about so-and-so said the N-word. And I don't give a fuck. And half the people who are in my back end complaining to me about white folks using the N-word sit in black spaces where black people talk shit about black people all day and put down black women all day and call each other the N-word all day, right? So don't now come to me about the same shit you're going to sit in other rooms and entertain and give a pass to it because black folks are saying it. If you're going to be outraged about it, keep it consistent across all rooms. And I'll say that.
I knew I liked you, Nye, because I'm a Capricorn too.
So you're saying it's cultural appropriation? Is that what you're saying, Nye?
That it's called that black folks have culturally appropriated the word for white folks?
Yes.
According to my mother, yes. I had never thought about that until Mom said it. And I said, you know what? It tickled me pink. Okay? And I said, I agree with you 100%. These ninjas owe the white man money. Pay the white man his money for stealing his word. Y'all talk about you stole the word and made a determinant of endearment. Well, the white man said he wants to use his word. Shit, now he's checking in with black folks on social media to see if it's okay if he can use his word. Pay the white man his reparations for the N-word.
Wow, that's brutal. Now, you always elevate the conversation, honestly. You bring the energy up wherever you go. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I think one of the things he probably paid attention the other day for talking was that I use it as a tool to attack people whenever they attack me. I use it as a bludgeon tool. So yeah, I mean, Hakeem, if he were here right now, I know verbatim what he would say. You wouldn't say that because you don't say that in real life because there's consequences. No, in real life, I don't say that word. But when I'm on Clubhouse and somebody's telling me they're going to murder my friggin' wife and kids, then yeah, I feel the need to use that word to rile them up.
So you do use the word. Okay.
I already conceded that.
I think you're just being provocative because you think it's funny.
Well, I got a question. Should someone being or not being a racist be an absolute metric on whether or not they are a good or bad person? In other words, if someone's a racist, then they are bad, completely a bad person, and that's it. That's no other values or metrics can be used on the person.
Alan, you know that everything is a gradient. There are no absolutes, right? There's no absolute. Being a racist doesn't make you absolutely horrible.
Well, is that your answer?
Yeah, because even Hitler took care of his dogs, right? So I don't think that's a good question.
Well, if you don't think it's a good question, why were you the first one to jump up and answer?
Because I knew the answer. That's why.
Because you knew the answer? Well, I know that you appointed yourself the judge and jury on what is or is not a good question. But I don't know, maybe somebody else wants to answer. We don't need to hear your opinion on what is or is not a good question. Thank you.
I think to Dr. Mitch's point, Alan, for example, Messi. Maya has already acknowledged, and I agree with her, I don't believe that Messi Clown is racist. Do I think that he can weaponize it and use it to his advantage and do things that are racist? Yeah, but I don't necessarily think he is a racist. So I think to say, well, if someone's racist, does that make them a bad person? Is people can do racist things, but in their heart, maybe not really be. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I understand. Well, let's take it one step further. If we determine that someone is a racist, and we we determine that by whether or not they use the N-word, does that person then deserve to be beaten?
And all of the news,
Very hardly.
I would like to address and congratulate and wish a happy clubhouse anniversary to MG. It is your clubhouse anniversary. No one said shit. I wanted to address MG and say, happy clubhouse anniversary, girl. Appreciate you.
You lie. I told her happy clubhouse anniversary in chat. She should.
Hell yeah. Yeah, the acknowledgements. What's up? Yeah.
Dawn,
Yeah, appreciate
her left pinky toe needs cleaning too. You've got the right one. Wash thoroughly. Thank you.
Alan, just to answer your question really quick, look, I don't want to be around racists. I think it's just weird. I don't. This is not my reality. But again, you know, I'm Ethiopian. I married a white man. I have biracial children. My friends, I have a lot of Jewish friends. I don't know. I have a lot of white girlfriends, black, homegirls. So I get that I'm the anomaly. But this is not my reality. I think it's weird. So
can I? Yeah, but I didn't ask if you wanted to be
on the app.
I asked if they are good or bad people.
I would, in my opinion, I would judge them as bad people. In my opinion.
Okay.
Can I just let me weigh in really quick? I'll try to be really quick with this. Alan, when you asked that question, it made me think about when I was living in LA for 20 years. Okay, and I can't tell you how startled I was. And this is hand to Bible truth, y'all. I'm not making this up. How surprised I was by the number, it was a handful, right, of so-called neo-Nazis or so-called white supremacist males, white males too. You know, the locals, the community, or my apartment building at the time when I first moved in there, were aware that these individuals were racist, okay? But my encounters with them were always pleasant, always kind, never racist, never hateful, right? I had a roommate once that dated a guy who was a neo-Nazi. Long story how that happened. When I met the bitch, she was a lesbian. When I moved in with her, she was a bisexual dating a black man. But at the time I moved out, she was dating a neo-Nazi. Case in and of itself. And so he was cool as shit. Sometimes we would go have coffee, right? So you ask if they're racist, are they good people? If they're racist, does it mean that they are or not good people? Alan, I don't know. I can just say from my experience dealing with a handful of so-called neo-Nazis in LA and North Hollywood that I quote-unquote befriended, they always treated me with kindness and respect. We never engaged in hateful rhetoric. We never talked shit about other cultures and races. But when I would be around the community, meeting the neighbors and the locals, their experiences with these guys were completely different. So that's my response to your question. Not helpful, but just my personal lived experience.
Yeah, well, I think that says more. Judging from her dating history, it says more about her than anything else. But yeah, I get it.
Do y'all remember Cardano on this app? Do y'all remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, right. Nah, did you ever meet Cardano? I don't know if this was before you were here or not, but
yeah, I think I know Cardano.
Okay. Well, everyone knows how racist he is, and he's a huge anti-Semite, right? For whatever reason, he took a liking to me. He really liked me. He followed me. I would never follow him back. Because I think you're weird. I think you're dangerous. I think this, the stuff that you say in these rooms is it's disgusting. So, could we really ever trust these people? I can't trust you if you're racist. You're only saying the N-word, talking shit about Jews. We can't be friends. That's just my red line. And I'm not gonna let that pass. We can't fuck with each other. I just don't think you're a good person.
Yeah, well, Cardano was interesting. He was famous because he came on as Cardano, and by the time he left the app, he was up to like Cardano 29. So, yeah. But the problem with Cardano was he was honest. That's all.
He really wasn't. His best friends on the app were KP and Sid.
Well, he was actually
lost and confused.
I don't think so. He did. So I didn't meet him when he very first joined the app, but everybody had said by the time I met him, he was a totally different person. He'd always want to. There was a lot of hatred for black people were incredibly hateful towards white people and really nasty to them.
Well, I mean, are.
But he ended up, I guess, like he would try to talk to them, and then he he got so tired of it, and like he hit the arc of his trajectory, just went complete boomerang the other direction, and he did join Blood Tribe. He did move to Maine to like be with them. And for those who don't know what Blood Tribe is, that is a neo-Nazi organization. So I don't think he was I think his heart was largely kind of in it, but I don't think he's a naturally hateful person. And so, I remember telling everybody, like, dude, he's not going to last. He's going to change. And people are like, oh, no, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, dude, I've been talking to these people for years. Like, he's not somebody who I think had the personality profile of somebody who would stick in one of these groups.
Yeah, I used to think that too. Sorry, Alan, I'll just say this and I'll hand the mic back to you. I used to think that too, Pepe, and I was in a room with him, so I was like, why does he like me so much? Like, I'm obviously black. But whatever, like, so we were in a room, Zadie comes in, and for those of you that don't know who Zadie is, Zadie's Jewish. Zadie comes on stage, and he flips the fuck out. Says the most horrible anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard in my life, to the point where I was literally scared. And I remember like texting Abby, like, oh my God, like, will you just do something about Cardano? Because he was just losing it in real time on stage. He had a meltdown talking about Jews. And that moment was a defining moment for me. I was like, see, if they don't like
Wait, are we talking about JBMG?
No. See, they don't like black people, they don't like Jews, and I cannot be your friend. Look at this shit. And he just went off on Zadie.
Yeah, well, okay, two people have spoken. First, MG shouldn't be scared of him. However, in that story, you're discounting the personality of Zadie. So, Zadie was hardcore pro-Jewish, absolutely. And Zadie had a personality too. But, so that's the other side of that story. But Scarlett, I know you were there when this app began to change. And I know you were there and you saw how the rules went down and what changed in these apps. I'm not excusing his behavior. Clearly, he wasn't emotionally capable of handling that change. But at the same time, he would go into rooms and say, yeah, I was in prison. And yeah, when I was in prison, I had to defend myself. And I had to assert, he had to insert himself and prove himself in the hierarchy. So he said, yeah, if there was a guy that I knew I had to get into a fight with to prove he couldn't push me around, I would say the N-word to him, knowing he would fight me. And then I would fight him. Then I would beat him. And then they would leave me alone. He was being honest. People resented him for that. Now, do you want people to be honest, or do you want them to lie to you because of quote, feelings? That's why he was labeled racist when he wasn't, and sad for him, he got caught up with it. Got caught up in it, excuse me, and that's what pushed him over the edge. He shouldn't have, and I talked to him about that multiple times. It didn't help. So that's the story on Cardano. But, don't forget, Scarlett, you're the one, we created the rule, which tastes better, I forget, what was it, cupcakes or brownies, and Yes, that's what the clubhouse was. That was the environment of the clubhouse. So again, not making excuses.
I don't know where he is in the world.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not making excuses for him. But, that's the context surrounding it.
I would just say there's a lot more context than just that. You gotta remember that you're not always privy to everything that goes on. And to his point, he was not a person that women should feel safe around.
Well, the other part is I think at a certain point he can't live with someone for 4 or 5 years and they so I think that contributed for sure.
I did a review today about the story of Justice. I don't know if we're ready for the topic.
Yeah, go ahead, Monica. It's time for my daily shot of vodka. So.
Only one shot of vodka with you being
I don't drink a lot, so it's actually one of the things my partner got vodka instead, and I'm like, no, it's whiskey, but people don't break it up. So you gotta some drinks on the just got a cup. You got a cup, you have a cup of water. Why don't we all do it on toast? Let's say, why don't we all take a sip? Play to all the users in the house, clubhouse. Let's do it. Let's do it before Monica does too hot. To all the people on Clubhouse, you guys made this shit happen for real. Love you. Yeah, I do too. I have an unhealthy relationship with this app. I really love Clubhouse. I really appreciate some of the people that I met on this. Well, not met, but just have engaged with on this app. From the crazies to the entertainment folks, even I hate to say, Pepe, even you, I sometimes enjoy expensive. And hold on, my favorite is still here, Dr. Adams, Tom down there. Mother, who I think is hilarious, especially yesterday in the chat. Mother, I don't mean to call you out, Mother, but I think you're so funny yesterday. You and Raw Hitter. That was hilarious. Matt Cool, I love Matt Cool. So many good days in the house. So yeah, Monica, Messy Rich, I think you're funny. John, the Congressman, I think you're a genius because of your social media experience. And I've had serendipity in this room with Sean. So yeah, I appreciate the folks on this app too. I think you all are a cast of characters, and I really, really love y'all. Yeah, mine is always revealed Satan, and which is why we try to be in honor of Dr.
Is it a Capricorn thing where it takes a lot to dislike somebody?
Cheers, y'all. I'm taking a shot right now. Join me.
Cheers. I think it's the best toast though. I will say that. I remember from
That's
she's not in here.
Oh, I think it's epic.
No, coffee.
Cheers.
Yes, curse everybody out.
We don't talk to the inspired. I already want to listen to. I already let me know. Cheers. Toast.
Cheers and hope. This is the Clubhouse. And wait, I read Mother, yeah, chat yesterday was hilarious. Mother, oh, and Marquise is coming up. I love Marquise. Mother, I love that you shoot your shot. That was perfect. And I, it was, wait, who's that? What you say? Who's that? Marquise, who's that? Marquise. I was like, okay, just give us that chip anyway. So I gotta be up here with y'all. Yeah. Just hold up here. Monica's about to have a coffee change, I think. You can see it.
No, I see the
are coworkers. How often did you say, if you asked them if they knew about Clubhouse, and they even heard of it, let alone used it?
My husband would never. My husband would never see it. Nobody. No. And as a matter of fact, this happened about a month ago. I had a couple of friends come over. Okay, this is really impressive. And you know, good men, hardworking men, just old friends. And we're hanging out, and I'm just like, I was talking about Clubhouse. I said, hey, let me introduce you to some people on Clubhouse. So I open up the Clubhouse app, and I go through, and I'm like, you know, they're like listening, and they both, I think they both look at me differently from now on forever. Because they're like, I really don't know what you're doing. Like, are you okay? Like, they both ask, like, are you okay? Like, you go on this thing, and you just like talk to people, and they listen to you, and you listen to them.
I tell all my friends about Clubhouse. We listen to Clubhouse in the car. And my Clubhouse friends are in spaces. I have to do my fucking job and never get hired again. If my friends or colleagues, I should say, you want
Well, how many of Brad's coworkers do you think know he comes on here and does homicidal ideation, makes death threats all day long, slander and libel? I don't know. I'm gonna file a lawsuit.
Yeah, I have to support that. I mean, like, I don't know. There's something that happens in the heart, you know what I mean? Like, we know that we're all imperfect, right? And some of us know a little bit more than others. I know I have my issues. I'm okay with that. But when you find somebody that there's zero provocation and they just choose to, like, to just do evil doing to you for no reason, that makes me think, like, first of all, horrible thoughts, but also it's really sad and it really does weigh on your soul. Like, I know a lot of times I don't respond to it, but it's so negative. And like the spirit of the room, I swear to you, it feels less evil whenever he's in the room. Like, I feel straight evil. And I'm gonna say something else, and this is gonna be, and I'll promise I'll stop. But I honestly, I blame a lot of you. I blame everybody that laughs and like lets him believe that his value has to be in insulting, demeaning, and criticizing people like so disgustingly, like obsessively. I mean, in the middle of discussion, of course, you know, you could vote, but I mean, like, completely unprovoked, and nobody says anything to this guy. And that's what he continues to do, what he does. And I think, like, if we were mental, I mean, if anybody, if we were out in a regular area, like in real life, and someone started saying it to somebody, everybody would be like, whoa, like, calm down. Here, everybody just, like, sits and, like, listens. That's crazy.
And nobody pushes back. Nobody pushes back.
I think, well, I'm not gonna, no, I shouldn't say universal, but it's very, very rare that anybody pushes
And
back.
what happens when one pushes back?
You become a target.
Right. And how much energy do you think I have?
No, this is not for this. Remind you, you're the only. I mean, you and I already have, you know, we know. But I'm talking about if there was multiple people, like even if 2 or 3 stepped up at the same time, like, hey, stop, cut it out, stop with your stuff. You don't have to do that, right? Like, just a couple people come off mic, like, he's gonna get it. Like, okay, yeah, this isn't popular, I'm stop doing this. But people don't want to do that, and I don't understand why.
I don't even know if people understand. Hold on, John. Hold on. And I don't even know if people heard what he said today. He said, all right, black people, I've had enough. I'm on your side. Black Lives Matter all the way. When you see these white people like Pepe and Monica at the Dollar General or wherever, and they're buying their white sheets, you
there now.
Okay, because I couldn't get in the afternoon room. It worked out because I could do the restorative justice room that I wanted to do, but I didn't see that room. So I just opened another room, and then Kristen told me, yeah, there's another room. I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm good here. But yeah, so
sometimes I don't see them up either. I gotta scroll.
no, I went to the house. And the house should have the rooms because the house shows the rooms.
At some point,
He was on it this afternoon. Okay, that's fine.
Certain topics get shut down.
oh no, he was. The whole room was modded.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. And so we solved the mystery. It's not a problem. Like I said, I got to do a room that I wanted to do. So.
Demons and flowers, by the way. Demon, Kitover, because I swear to God, the two can be sisters. I love to see the two women in the same room. You're scared. I appreciate you.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're very sweet. Yeah, Flora's very cool. She's a better person than I am. But I don't want to take away from that show. I recognize you. I acknowledge you. Thank you so much. But I also want to say, it's a bullying tactic. I don't know if you guys recognize this, but I had happened to come back in the room, and I read in the chat, like, he made himself very transparent, like friggin' Jared Burnett, the big short, but you can't even hate him because he's just transparent about what he's trying to do. He writes in the chat, yeah, because I wasn't in the room yet, obviously, because I had to scroll up in the chat, but he's just like, yeah, I just want to make sure that bitch mom isn't part of the discussion. Like, that was the intent. So it's to bully people, make them, belittle them, demean them, get them to be uncomfortable enough to want to have to contribute. I think that's just so shit, because all this talk shit, saying, but I don't know. I think you give space to people. It's sick, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Well, I've got a group chat going with other Clubhouse users on my cell phone that I'm going to make available a recording of all his death threats from, I believe, 2 days ago, as well as all the libel and slander that he quoted against me today. Also on my Instagram, John Kitover, I put him on notice on his Instagram, and then he blocked me, but I'm going to file a civil slander and libel lawsuit.
Are you really going to do your job?
Yeah, we've got $1,000 in the campaign account right now. We're going to get a lawyer in Minnesota where he lives and have him sued for slander and libel. Maybe make $100,000 or $50,000 and use that money for the campaign.
Do it. I support it.
I noticed Brad left the stage a while ago that he was like, I've heard him mention that earlier. Did you see him? Anybody?
No, I think he left on his own accord. There was nothing really going on for him.
Well, he's such a subject matter expert in every topic you could possibly imagine. He accepts his understanding of libel, slander, and what it means to make death threats on the internet.
Just imagine all the fingers that are not down there typing in the back channel, just vigorously just type it away to Brad and tell him everything that you're saying right now.
Well, all he has to do is go to my Instagram account at John Kitover to see the accusations of libel and slander where I tagged him and put him on notice that he's going to get sued.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Connie. Connie, do you think it's inappropriate for me to report Brad to the FBI in Minnesota for making death threats on this app 2 days ago for 30 minutes straight?
I'm sure he didn't mean it. I mean, and you know what the folks know, they're bloodthirsty to get involved in that. And the FBI, they're in Washington right now.
Oh no, they're in field offices all around the country. And, people who come on social audio chat apps and make death threats are probably on their priority list.
I don't think he meant it. I
just having a stressful day, so he comes on here to make death threats to relieve all the tension and strain in his life by making homicidal ideation statements for 30 minutes straight. Wow, what a classy guy. What a great guy. What an American patriot hero.
Oh, no.
American patriot hero.
He'll know that you don't like that, and then maybe he won't do it again, and he'll stop.
That'll never happen. I can never ever happen.
Well, then did you flag him? Did you flag the speaker in the app? That's your backup witness, and they have to get your word against him. I know I'm in the talk about that. Yeah, flag the speaker. They have the thing where you can flag them after they leave before you leave. Flag the speaker, and then that'll be your, then it will no longer be your voice. But I kind of believe he.
Connie, are you aware that John records every room that he's ever been in, ever? Yeah. John, Kitover, recorded anyone on this app. He's still here. He goes to have a beautiful model PCR for a long time. And he's hung out for hours and hours in the green lights. Yeah, John's been around for a long time. As a result, we change his community. Sean, I have a question. Like, do you feel that you feel a little sexually confused that you keep bringing up this idea that John was dressed up as a woman and you brought it up a couple times? It's just a little odd. He did it for a long time, but then it's kind of weird to have a PTR of a female. I mean, don't you think it's weird? I would say it seems a little female. I think this is actually a very serious thing because I mean, if you're voting for him, you're supporting him. All this stuff. No, I think Sean deep down wants to fuck you. No, not so much. Actually, I'm kind of asexual these days. If you've been in a relationship for a long time, which I don't think actually messy. I don't think you've actually ever been in a relationship. I don't think you get laid if you try. Definitely not. To be honest with you, I don't think you've ever gotten laid in your life. No, never been in a relationship. But I've been in 2 relationships actually. So I'm part of it. I was in an 18-year relationship, married for 18 years. Had about a 6-month break, and I've been taken for 15 years. I'm a keeper. That's what I am. But after this relationship, if something doesn't work out, if it doesn't work out, we don't live till we die. I'm never going to be in a relationship again. I'm going to live single. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
Still like to train a new one.
I mean, I'm turning 48 at the end of the month, so I've been through it. I've worked in a strip club for 13 years. I've seen more shit than most of you will see in 10 years, or actually your entire lifetime, I should say. Yeah.
Happy early birthday, Sean.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you. And messy. Keep it messy. Keep it messy. Thank you. It's the best. Stop thinking about men and dresses, Sean.
It's funny, we asked a question about mental health, and this is what we get.
I agree. Hey, I've always been about good vibes. The big guys in the DSM-5. Kristen knows me. I've always been about good vibes. There's plenty of people who know that I've just always been about good vibes on here. I do like to get messy. I've had my trolling phases. My heart's been hurt by Goldie Mayan. Maybe you remember her. She was one that faked her cancer, faked her death under Stream Dream Radio with Knucklehead. If y'all remember Knucklehead, Stream Dream Radio, which still is around. And y'all remember the Goldie Mayan incident where she was faking her cancer and her death, and she collected thousands of dollars. Speaking of trolls, John, possibly, I'm not saying you're a troll. I totally get it when you got drag on me. You might remember the history. If you've been on this app long enough, most of us have been on this app for a very long time. We're OGs on this app. Most of the people on the stage are OGs. Been here, you've been through it, and I'm just saying, been through it. I've learned from it, and I'm a stronger person from it. Thank you.
So, Serendipity, remember the game we used to play, the yes-no game? Where we would guess each other's answers to a yes-no question?
Oh no, don't shoot the messenger.
No, we'll never play that game again. Like,
Monica will never play that game.
It sounds fun, though, Monica.
Don't shoot the messenger this time.
nine. Yeah.
Okay, English is rule number 10 or 11. I've lost count. Okay, I think I've seen you on the stage before. Okay, no disrespect. I just really didn't understand what you were saying. I don't know who moved it down, but probably because we don't understand what you were saying. English is, America first, English first.
America is full. Sorry.
America's not one of the rules. That's just Nye's rule. America first, English first. No disrespect, sir.
MD has a great question in the chat if we're ready to switch to poll.
Okay, let's see. What is
PTSD. Where's Mojo?
Yes, definitely. That's PTSD.
Hey guys, where's Mojo?
He was I think he's traveling back.
Yeah.
Having the time of his life in the real world.
That's right. He's being in the moment.
He's not in the clubhouse streets, but
he has a life outside his house.
Don't I wish? Like, let me stop.
Monica, are you making the PTSD call? If you don't say anything, I'll just assume yes.
No, I'm not. I mean, we can. I just didn't. It's a good question.
People, their polls.
I have PTSD after yesterday's room, and I have PTSD because I'm not going to name the person, but somebody who frequents this house, who is often a moderator, nobody knows who he is right now, who's called me a bitch twice for no apparent reason. And as far as I know, we have no beef. And I refuse to address it off the back end and hit this person up like, why do you keep calling me a bitch? Like, what the fuck is going on? I'm just going to leave it alone. But if it happens a third time, then I will bring it up. And it's happened twice in this house, on this stage.
Wait,
but
what?
if it happens a third time, I will bring it up.
Oh.
So I kind of
consider this the third. Well, you have to share now.
Nine was not a popcorn, damn it. I'm going to have to go back
I'll
to it.
never say this person's name because you want to know something. I really, really, really like this individual. I think this individual is hilarious, very intelligent, articulate, just a brilliant mind. I have a lot of respect for this person, despite this seemingly 360 that I said he should.
As long as you didn't say 69.
So, but I have no beef with this person. I admire this person. They claim that it's all in fun, but I'm just trying to figure out why is this our level of fun? You know what I'm saying? So, well, I'll get to the bottom of it eventually. But it kind of haunts me because I'm like, what did I do to you, sir?
It must be so hard. Hold on, it must be so hard, NY, to be as intelligent as sure as you are to try and understand something that is not in your scope. You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to, as someone who in your aura, it's really hard to try and understand something that you don't have a right to, or you don't put out.
It must be a clubhouse tactic. Because, I'm just trying to be a good friend and respond to all the pings and go into people's rooms. And I left so disheartened, like, I can't believe they're going to settle for that.
No.
I can't believe it. It stressed me out so bad, I fell asleep. As soon as I laid down, and very seldom do I do that, because I have sleep apnea. So it's not really PTSD as far as when my brain is going to turn off. It's just, you'll get a little bit of insomnia. You'll get a little bit of borderline narcolepsy where you just want to fall asleep. And as soon as I laid down last night, I fell asleep because I'd be shocked at some of the shit people do on this app.
So wait a minute, Clubhouse has been healing for you? You have sleep apnea, and when you come into the messy rooms, it helps you sleep? Maybe this is made me secure. No, but I felt bad about it though. I mean, almost got to work late.
Yeah, heroin.
I got a parking ticket because I did not have the money to pay, parking. And I was like, okay, so, cause see where I work at, they think we're rich. A parking ticket is $40. I'm like, oh my God, I'm lazy. I gotta park in the employee parking lot. So no, that's not good at all. You will never get off the sleep apnea machine unless you fall to sleep organically. And so,
Carly, I gotta get on the sleep apnea machine. I'm gonna get a sleep test because I've been snoring and pissing my girlfriend off like crazy. It's in my family too. It ain't even weight related. I thought it was weight related.
I thought they were picking on me too, and they said that I literally in the sleep lab stopped breathing, and it was nothing they could do to revive me, and then I came back. Yes, so you should. And then and they had a lawsuit, so I got a new machine. And so the reason why I've been on it for a couple of years is they had to change the pressure and get rid of a no good sleep machine. And so, yeah, the pressure will go up 18, 15. But, you're good if you have like less than 5 episodes or you don't use that much pressure, you're good. They're going to take you off eventually.
I might just look to die in my sleep, but
Elsa, your dog is still
But I want to say, Connie, Team Darth Vader sleepers, okay? Team Darth Vader sleepers all day long.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Visual pockets.
Okay, because I just need to do something. Who told the story of the person they don't want to name that was being very disrespectful? Who told that? Was that N. Rod?
That was me. Yeah, Poppy told me.
Because Connie started talking, and then I got confused. I was like,
I was just corroborating Nye to let her know there are people on this app that will shock the shit out of you and put you in dismay.
To sleep.
Yeah, and it put my ass to sleep. Yeah, but I woke up late, because I was like, well, by the time I checked in, I had 3 minutes left. That's wasn't what I was aiming for. Now, school has started back because this is Washington, D.C. is a college town, and we don't know what it's going to look like with the guards here, the National Guard here. It would have been a problem because there's more people on the road.
Connie, do you feel safer or less safe with the National Guard there?
I'm going to feel safer because the mayor's office is a bully, and a lot of crime has happened, and they push it under the rug, and it doesn't get any coverage. Not C coverage or any type of media coverage. I mean, they have abducted so many kids in D.C. that they had to close down the schools, and then they revamped them, got them out and opened them up as charter schools. So they did a lot of shit, and it didn't get to the media. But Big Brother, Uncle Sam, or whatever, he's always watching. So, and she don't know how to legislate. She's a bully. She will, she don't like what one of y'all say in the room. She will personally come down and try to kick your ass. She's, the type of person she is. She would use her power to step on you like a roach.
Wait, that's Miriam Bowser?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the only person who could fuck with her was Trump. Because he don't care.
Yeah, did you hear the report arrest the chief of police? So what's the change?
Did you see how she's wearing a tie?
Yeah, well, they asked her. Yeah, well, no, it isn't. And they asked her what the chain of command was, and she said, "What does that mean?"
I know, it's on MSN webpage, the front webpage.
And the mayor,
I kept scrolling back because I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I was at work finishing up my time and attendance sheet, and I kept scrolling back.
The mayor, to her credit, like jumped in, like and maybe moved back because
Huey and Dewey.
Yeah.
They was like, you know what it is? Do you know what it is?
She knew what the chain of command.
She's a lawyer.
It's too much.
Somebody keeps trying to come up. Do 111. I don't know if you're trying to come up. I've invited you up if that person seems still in the room. I don't think so. Yeah. Oh wait, Elsa. Elsa, I don't know if you're trying to come up, but I've invited you up.
So, yesterday, Roger was talking about, like, what does it take to trigger people, you know? And you know what I think about in these rooms? I think this is really great training for public speaking and even for having debates. You know, where would you get access to so many opinions and a broad base of people that you can talk to? And you can see, you know, I think that would be a good question, but certainly, you know, I would encourage everybody. I know some people get sensitive, but it's just great training for anything that you have to approach conversation with.
Yeah, I agree. It took me a long time. Oh, go ahead, Marquise. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think it weeds out the people that can't have a conversation. It weeds out those. It shows the mental integrity of those who genuinely want to be progressive, as opposed to those who just want to scream into the mic and want to do all this nonsense. I've noticed that a lot.
Yeah, I like to come in for knowledge, or sometimes I give out knowledge that I had a hard time learning, and so I don't want nobody to, you know, I'm real passionate about that. I don't want nobody to do it. But yesterday I was in the chat function of the house, and they said they recommended people go to YouTube to look at the Moors. And I was like, well, you know, I really don't care for that. But I said, so they were talking about indigenous children have been brainwashed. So it was clickbait because they never said anything about anybody's children. But they were very passive. They just say anything. If you made a comment about something, say, oh, that's already been taken care of. You know, like that. And that's what really put me to sleep last night, because I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. But there's a silver lining to it. They did notice that some of the people on the app are already like brainwashed. You know, they're in the trance where they just think one way. And so they, you know, and they sound like psychiatrists. They were like asking them questions and stuff. And so yeah, so sometimes on Clubhouse, good things come out of rooms sometimes. But that particular YouTube live stream was like a double-edged sword. I yield my mic. Welcome, Timeout, back to the stage. I hate it. I didn't like you in the audience, but I understand. You know, sometimes you just got to take a break from the stage, especially certain people on the stage. Okay. I want to, Dr. Mitch said triggers. Yeah. Clearly, we already know that there's a certain individual who will remain nameless that triggers a lot of people on this app. I can't say I'm incredibly triggered by this individual. I know he can be pretty spicy and sassy and disrespectful at times. And I know, you know, I'm in the minority here, and I don't mean to disrespect anyone who's had unsavory encounters with Brad, but I actually find Brad entertaining and amusing. Do I agree with everything he says? No. When he gets really vicious with women, no, I don't, you know, and when he was talking about a certain woman's vajayjay the other day, I didn't think that was cool, but, you know, it's sometimes hard, you know, when you're a female and a female mod to kind of control and manage very aggressive, dominating male energy. Right, so
sorry, did you call for me?
I did not. Oh, I don't know if you're joking.
It was a joke. He's definitely joking. Hey, Roland.
Okay, Roland. No, I wasn't calling you, bro. just, do we have triggers? My triggers are the anti-black rooms. I hate them on this app. The anti-black and the anti-woman rooms, I absolutely hate them. But I'm unlike some people who come into certain spaces where they don't like the mods, where they don't like the speakers, but they still go in those rooms and listen to the conversation and get all worked up and riled up and mad instead of just avoiding those rooms or blocking the people that triggers them. I think that some of them like it. I think y'all like being triggered, and by y'all I'm saying I'm speaking in general.
But I don't like the ones where they're divisive, because I'm pretty good if you ping me about coming right then and there, like that. Even when I fell asleep last night, the first thing I did when I got up was coming to you all's early morning vibration room, like that, because I was like, I remembered when I woke up that I didn't make it right after the last thing. But so I don't like it, when you have people that are divisive and they just come in your room just to garner people, like that. So that's the thing that I like. But I was in a room where a lady was doing a dissertation, and they were fake cosplaying as what Western British West Indian people, and they were actually Londoners that had made the move from the Caribbean over to London. And one of the last things they said before they silenced my mic, I guess because everybody was talking, she said, "Don't go in any more black rooms." And I'm sitting here like, why would you say that?
Protect your mental health, because some of these ninjas on the app are wild style. Girl, you gotta protect your mental health and not go into somebody's life. And I was sitting there thinking that, but I'm sitting there, but you can't give up on black people.
No, but honey, 95%
But then you
of
can't
black
take
folks.
your shit off for people either. Wait, hold on. Go ahead, come on.
95% of black folks on this app are ghetto. There's not a whole bunch of educated people up on this app. It doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It just means they have a way of communicating, right? Some of them are intelligent, but for the most part, they communicate through anger and ego and things like this. So a lot of the ones that were here before, that they're back to work, they're back to their lives. But I've noticed that it's the most ghetto community out of anybody on this app.
You ain't lying, and y'all know, those who know me, I love my people, but on this app, it's a first class ratchets. So Kanye West did that.
They don't even use profile pictures. It's totally political.
It's definitely ratchet, and I'm one of the most ratchet. So there you go. But,
we know.
David Duchovny is a friend.
We gotta handle Times Square very delicately, because Times Square can get a little, can just deviate the conversation. Times Square, you're one of the characters that I have grown fond of on this app, but just tread lightly, sir, please. Okay.
Absolutely, Days, of course, we'll do it as such. Maybe put on a British accent and make it more smooth for you.
I appreciate that. Are you familiar with Doctor Who, since you're putting on a British accent?
It sounds familiar. Is it a movie show?
Okay, you know what? I'm insulted. It sounds familiar. I'm done with you. Next. I'm just kidding. I'm a Doctor Who fanatic, so I'm just kidding.
Oh, before my mentor died, he said he could get a autograph for my son, and Doctor Who is Scottish too. But if I'm not sure, I think he was going to go through Michael Jackson's executor, McLean, to the little Scottish connection to get it for him. I don't know. But if I do push the button for an autograph from Doctor Who, I'll definitely get you one.
Which one though? Because there have been 4.
No, the original, the last one, the Scottish.
12. I forget his name. There's 10 was David Tennant. Matt Smith was 11. And I think it was David Tennant. No, Dave. Oh, you're right. David Tennant is Scottish, isn't he? Yeah. He's my favorite.
Yeah, so if I push that button, I'll get you yours too. I just
luckily I've had the pleasure of interviewing David Tennant.
You did?
Yeah.
You did. Okay, so you don't need that one.
I wouldn't mind an autograph.
Okay, I'll get it. I didn't push it because once my mentor died, I ain't gonna say I was depressed, but I just didn't do all the things I like to do, and I used to do a ton of Scottish things, but I didn't do it. Once he died, I lapsed memberships and all that crazy stuff. But I think I will push that button and get it.
Yeah, so I want to just one little thing to say here. I just saw 20 minutes ago that someone is preparing a full economic blackout for next month. So I'll just put the link in the chat. You guys do with it what you want, but just an FYI.
No, who is someone? Just say the name, because a lot of people are going to click on the link. So.
I don't know who or what is behind this, but it's a very legitimate site. It has a lot of, it's akin to like the No Kings protests that happened, but this is, anyway, just concerned for you guys. So you have a month and a couple of days of preparation, I guess, if they're actually going to do it.
Alan, I just saw your comment. Yeah, Alan, I'm a huge Doctor Who fanatic. Like, fanatic, okay?
Well, before I go anywhere,
I don't say it.
You need to be able to address like one very important thing. I want to welcome fully heartedly and openly NG. It's so beautiful to be able to see. Yeah. NG, you shine. You glow.
Oh God, stop!
This world is such a magnificent way. It's such a magnificent way. For people who don't know MG, she is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful individual on Clubhouse. People should be following her. She's not just beautiful on the outside; she's beautiful on the inside.
I'm gonna mute him.
She's an angel. She's an angel. I have never seen. What's going on? Like, I'm sitting.
She muted us. Come on. You asked for it.
Yeah. It sounds like he's making a move. So.
I have I need to finish off this.
Yeah, you can do it in the back channel.
I don't want to go here. I just want to make this really clear. This is not shooting my shot. MG is a very happily married woman who I have a lot of respect for, and she's an amazing individual. Everybody, please follow her.
Can we move on?
Indeed, if you say you're not shooting your shot, you just did, That's the paradox of it.
I totally agree with everything that Rose said. Everything.
Oh, dear. Oh, my gosh.
What's up, Pepe?
You're not. So you're following. I think Roger, were following when I was talking about the kids, right? Was that?
Yes.
You were following, right? So I think very differently. I go back things very differently, and I'm an artist, so most artists are like that. So I'm far removed from normal people, 9 to 5, these kind of things. So I wasn't sure if it landed, but it did land with you. But you've dealt with a lot of artists, so that's probably why. Where I think Beth, she couldn't quite get it.
No, you're talking about the education room, right?
Yeah, exactly.
100%. I got exactly what you were saying. I understood, but I also think that sometimes, when you're when I say I'm speaking in general, I think spiritual people, and not to say the folks in that room were not spiritual, right? I just think when you kind of approach, when your outlook on life centers on the spiritual and kind of elevating the mind, body, and soul at the same time, and how education continues to
consequences work, which is it's science, it's data. However, there is meditation involved. There is breaking down brainwave patterns and how that transfers to everyday life and behavior. And I was talking about the school system. We're dealing with young people that are going to be adults, and they're going to be leaders around the country. And there should be something cohesive. There should be something that is the overall goal, and it should involve humanity. And that's where it was coming from. I don't know what it was for her. Maybe one other person wasn't landing right. Maybe I would have to say how that works in a day-to-day classroom. The thing was, I'm not one. I was saying I'm not the one delivering I'm not delivering it. Somebody else's. So I need to know more. I know how it's delivered to adults, and I'm part of that. But to children, it's going to be a whole different ballgame.
Can I respond to Mark?
Of course.
And can I read you something?
It's time out, by the way.
Time mark, excuse me.
Thank you.
To answer that question, maybe this is the key. This is an example of, and I've seen this before, forgive me if you've heard of this. This is an example of the kind of reading that they used to give to, what age was 7th and 8th graders in Minnesota 100 years ago. This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld, with voices sad and prophetic, stands like harpers roar, with beards that rest on their bosoms. This is the reading list, a current example of the reading they're giving students now. Coach Jameson saw me in the hall and said he wanted to make sure I'm trying out for the track team. He said my middle school gym teacher told him I was really good. Then he said that with me, the Harrison High School team, we have a real shot at being county champs. Fantastic. Now, perhaps if we started teaching using the literature that they used 100 years ago, it might lead students to the kind of spirituality and awakening you're talking about.
Well, I was saying, I brought up spirituality, and I understand why she brought that up, but it's demystifying the mystical, right? The yogis, right? The chakras, the kundalini, is demystifying it, making it very, very simple. It's a practice, and traumas are held in the bottom 3 chakras. So everybody's dealt with a certain amount of traumas, and this is all factual. This is all factual, right? And there's breath work, things like this that release those traumas, and extraordinary things happen. Now, children might be going through some trauma, but adults, it's really stuffed down there, right? With children, it's fairly new because they're still children. So getting to them early enough where they'll get these kinds of things very simply because it would be delivered in a way that they understand, right? It's not, So this is what's happening. This is happening right now. The first pilot program starting here in New York. So there'll be 2 day retreat well, this is going to be delivered to teachers and principals, cops, things like this, because they're going to experience it, and then it'll be rolled out to kids. So again, like I was saying, overall, having a big picture end game, for me, it would be, I would hope for everybody here, that it would be about humanity. It would, like I mentioned, no wars. Well, how the hell do you get to no wars? You can't do it by doing the same thing we've been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to create a new culture of humans, a new environment. And it's not going to be exclusive of anything, and as far as religions, right? Because you can be religion, keep your religion, but this is science, your brainwave patterns, right? So when you're in a more PTSD state, you're in a high beta wave pattern. When you lower those brainwave patterns, right? Like right now, you're in a low beta wave pattern. The more you lower it, the more suggestive your subconscious is. And your subconscious rules your patterns. 95% of patterns, like when you saw people doing this earlier in the room, yelling at each other, cursing at each other, threatening each other, that was a pattern, right? That people practice. It's a habit. And
what he's talking about is the frequency war, right? And lower vibrational frequency versus high vibrational. And you're talking about the old Earth and the new Earth, and maybe I'm already.
Yeah, but how do you make that communication for people to understand? Frequency is energy.
There's a chart I have. It's amazing. It just puts points on it. Anger is 20 points.
Right.
Pride is 30 points. Peace and love is 700 points, dude.
There you go.
So.
Tom, let me ask you something though. When you mentioned, I think, and I'm not probably going to use the right phrase. I think you said new humans or something like that.
New culture, new humans. Yeah.
The new Earth, it's biblical, and some people are on the new Earth, and some people are not. Maybe I already am, but there's a scientific process that happens during that.
Well, wait. How do you think AI fits into this, time on? And creating the new humans.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see. Ro wants to speak too.
Go ahead, Ro.
No, it's fine. I just noticed that Times Square got shut down to the goo for some reason. I'm not sure who did that. But
It's an amazing coincidence that I just entered the room when that happened.
Yeah, crazy.
Well, that's fine. I mean, sure.
Hang on, guys. Times Square, just so you know, that we've got a policy here. It's just one mic at a time. I know I get picture that you want to be able to sit to yourself. And I think you've got a lot of interesting things to be able to have a conversation, but just if you could be aware that other people are trying to have a conversation as well.
Can I translate that into American? He basically said you need to learn when to shut the fuck up.
Bro, we just spent a few hours while you were gone trying to calm the room. Rolling in and out, but it was a mess. When Brad got in there with me, right? And then you opened this room, and then you got out of here when John and Brad were going in it. It did not stop. It did not stop.
Can I just say this? John is a troll, but John is running for Congress, and John's education and military background are legit, and anyone that says otherwise is just lying. Period, point blank, period.
Yeah, I got it. It just went, it was getting into all kinds of other stuff. It's not just John. It was a lot of back and forth. It was ridiculous. And then luckily Anson came at the end of it, and I pointed that Anson brought some discipline into the room just by his being here. So
Uncle Anson,
he had discipline in the other room. He ran it for an hour and 15 minutes. I show up for the last 15 and it erupted in chaos.
That's right.
I will take
your fault.
Yeah, no, I will take full blame for any space that goes. If a space goes bad, it's always my fault. That is the first rule of Clubhouse.
At least he's honest. So I was teasing John a little bit too. I was teasing him, but I'm still, I agree. I think John is running, but there's a lot more than that, I think, going on. Don't you, Jeff? Now, don't you think there's a little bit more going on?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm fascinated by John's journey. I hope that I can witness every bit of this journey until the great reveal, because I'm convinced that the reveal is going to be epic. And I could be way off in my assessment about John and his popularity.
Hold on. Let me tell you how it's gonna play out. This is not hard to read. He is going to raise enough money to get the signatures to get on the ballot in the primary, and he will lose the primary, and then the election's over, and then he can tell the tale about how he tried to fight the system. That's how it's going to play out. Like, anyone that thinks it's going to play differently, good or bad, is fooling themselves. But I do think it's worth the journey, because what's going to come out of this is you're going to see the Republican Party spend a ton of money when they start looking at the FEC filing and they see that he's raising money. Because right now they think that he's just this paper candidate troll, which he kind of is, right? But at the end of the day, they are going to spend money to defeat him. And then what we get to see with our own eyes is the corruption of the Republican Party that tries to take him on. And so we're going to have a front row seat to corruption. It's going to be amazing.
But Mojo, why don't you just all fun? Why don't you go for all the big bang? Why not, John? Why aren't you going in there to be a congressman? You're saying, Mojo, that there's so much money going into this other guy that we can be other side he would be going up against, right? That it's impossible. But he should go for it anyway, for real, though, for real.
Well, no, hold on. He is going
for a lot more than $500.
Hold on. He's going to go for it for real. And what for real means is that there is no filing fee. What for real means is that he needs about a little less than 600 validated signatures, which in the state of Illinois might require 6,000 signatures. And so at the end of the day, you're going to watch all of the challenges. I'm going to predict that the Republican Party tries to sue him at least 3 times during this process. But what I'm hopeful for, and why I'm willing to put my neck out to offer whatever assistance I can, is to be the person that causes the GOP to overspend in this race, and then to be able to expose the corruption. Because the cool thing is, he gets to document all this stuff, and he's going to get to show the world just how corrupt the politics is in Illinois and the GOP. It's going to be amazing.
Mojo, in this room, right now, I'm not looking for this at all, but he hasn't courted me once, and I've got more followers in this room than anybody, right? And I got a film being released October 19th nationwide, right? He hasn't courted me at all. So how serious is it?
You said you have films.
I have a film being re-released actually. I did a film when I was very young, and it's being re-released as a celebration anniversary nationwide, October 19th for a week.
Myth, are you familiar with the great classic, The Last Dragon? Or are you too young to remember that book?
Let me look it up and see if anything visually jogs my memory or reading about it.
Look that up.
The knight finds the egg and then he hides it under the cellar. Is that or am I thinking of Dragon Horror?
Dragon Horror is the egg. The dragon and the eggs. No, you're way off.
Jesus. That wasn't me. That was Marquise.
Oh, that was Marquise.
That's slander.
Anyway, so early before we came in, I was talking about that plan for the and I was fucking. I told her I didn't know how it was planning, but she did. She asked Roger, and you probably got it. She said yes. But there's some gaps and such. And the guy put up spiritual. Maybe you might brainwave patterns. Knowing when you take deep breaths in a certain pattern, then you bring your heartbeat, your brainwave patterns down, and brainwaves down, and you're in a relaxed state. It's being triggered. There's all kinds of techniques and things like this.